green flames roared in Harry's ears, spinning him through the network of wizarding fireplaces with dizzying speed. He'd travelled by flue powder before, but the jarring tumble never got easier. Kitchen, dining room, bedroom, flashes of hearths blurred past until suddenly he was stumbling forward, arms windmilling as his knees hit solid ground. Steady there. Strong hands caught his shoulders before he could faceplant into what appeared to be a kitchen table. Harry blinked soot from his eyes and found himself staring at a worn wooden surface covered in flour, rolling pins moving of their own accord, and what looked like 3 separate pies assembling themselves simultaneously. "Harry, dear, oh, you're here." Molly Weasley's warm voice wrapped around him like a blanket. "Arthur, he's arrived. Ron, come help with his trunk." Harry straightened, still gripping his wand case, and took in the Burrow's kitchen for the first time. It was nothing like the sterile, gleaming kitchen at Privet Drive, where Aunt Petunia kept everything rigidly in its place. Here, chaos reigned, but it was a beautiful, purposeful chaos that made something in Harry's chest loosen. Copper pots hung from hooks on the ceiling, some stirring their own contents with wooden spoons that moved in lazy circles. The stove, a massive iron thing that looked like it had stood in this spot for a century, had at least 6 burners going at once, each with a different pot bubbling away. The scent hit him next. Cinnamon and nutmeg, roasting chestnuts, something sweet and buttery that made his mouth water. And underneath it all, the yeasty warmth of rising bread. "Mrs. Weasley, thank you so much for having me," Harry managed, brushing soot from his jumper. "None of that Mrs. Weasley business when it's just family," Molly said, her wand conducting 3 different stirring spoons, while she simultaneously checked something in the oven with a practiced flick. "It's Molly, dear. Now, you look thin. Have you been eating properly?" Before Harry could answer, and really, what could he say? The Dursleys had fed him, technically, even if his portions were considerably smaller than Dudley's. Molly had thrust a plate of biscuits into his hands. They were still warm, chocolate chips melting slightly at the edges. "Mum, you're going to spoil his dinner," Ron said, clattering down the stairs that seemed to curve impossibly from somewhere above. His face was split in a wide grin. "Harry, brilliant. You made it. Was the flu network awful?" "Only slightly terrifying," Harry said, returning the grin. The knot of anxiety he'd been carrying since leaving Privet Drive. Would they really want him here? Would he be in the way? Began to unravel. "You should have seen him his first time," Ron said conspiratorially. "Ended up in Nocturne Alley instead of Diagon Alley. Dad had to go fetch him." "Ronald Weasley, we don't talk about that," Molly said, but her eyes were twinkling. "Now both of you, out of my kitchen before you knock over the cream." Ron had backed into a floating bowl of whipped cream, which wobbled dangerously. He caught it with his seeker reflexes. Well, he wasn't actually a seeker, but the reflexes were there, and set it gently on the counter. "Right, yeah, sorry, Mum. Come on, Harry, I'll show you where you're sleeping. Dad's done something brilliant with the decorations." As Ron grabbed Harry's trunk, it felt wrong to let him carry it alone. But Ron was already hauling it toward the stairs. Harry cast one more look around the kitchen. A clock on the wall caught his attention, but instead of numbers, it had locations. Home, school, work, traveling, lost, hospital, prison, and, somewhat ominously, Mortal peril. 9 hands pointed to various locations, most clustered around home. That's the family clock, Molly explained, noticing his stare. Shows where everyone is. See? That's you now, dear. Harry looked closer. Sure enough, a hand he hadn't noticed before, newer than the others, the gold paint shinier, had appeared. It pointed firmly to home. Something uncomfortable and warm swelled in his throat. Home. The clock said he was home. Harry, you coming? Ron called from halfway up the stairs. The Burrow's staircase was like nothing Harry had ever seen. It twisted upward in a spiral that seemed to defy several laws of physics, or at least the ones Muggles believed in. Photographs lined the walls, not the stiff, unmoving kind the Dursleys displayed, but proper wizarding photos where the subjects waved and smiled and occasionally made faces at passers-by. That's Bill in Egypt, Ron said, pointing to one of a handsome young man with long hair standing in front of a pyramid. And that's Charlie with a Swedish short snout. Mum hates that photo, says he's standing too close to its mouth. They passed what must have been several bedrooms, a door with a Holyhead Harpies poster, another with a sign reading Percy, head boy, another from which Fred and George's voices drifted along with the distinct smell of something smoking slightly. You're in with me, Ron said, shouldering open a door at what felt like the top of the tower. It's not much, but it's brilliant, Harry said honestly. Ron's room was small and cramped under the sloped roof, with twin beds barely managing to fit along with a wardrobe and a chest of drawers. But the walls were covered in Chudley Cannon's posters, all moving, of course, the players zooming about on their brooms, and through the tiny window, Harry could see snow-covered hills rolling away into the gathering dusk. The light was soft and orange, and the room smelled like the wood polish Molly must use, mixed with the distinct scent of Ron's favorite sweets. Better than the cupboard under the stairs, Harry said quietly. Ron shot him a look. They'd discussed Harry's living situation exactly once, and Ron's ears had gone so red Harry thought they might catch fire. Yeah, well, this is proper, isn't it? You'll have to share with me, but Ron, honestly, this is... Thank you. Ron's ears went pink anyway. Right, well, unpack then. Dad's probably got the lights going by now. You have to see what he's done. It's completely mental. As if on cue, there was a small explosion from somewhere below, followed by Arthur Weasley's delighted voice. Fascinating. Molly, it's supposed to do that. Arthur Weasley, if you burn down my shed. Ron grinned. Come on, you don't want to miss this. Harry had barely gotten his trunk open when Ron was pulling him back down the stairs. They emerged into the kitchen. Molly was at the window, wand raised threateningly toward the garden, and out the back door into the cold. The Burrow's garden was covered in a blanket of fresh snow that crunched under Harry's trainers. In the fading light, he could make out the shapes of snow-laden trees in what must be an orchard, a shed leaning at an alarming angle, and several garden gnomes poking their heads out of the snow, watching the proceedings with suspicious eyes. One of them, bizarrely, was wearing a tiny red hat with white trim, but all of that paled in comparison to Arthur Weasley standing in the middle of the garden, surrounded by what appeared to be several hundred strings of Muggle Christmas lights, all tangled together in a massive, glowing knot. Harry, my boy. Arthur's face lit up even more than the lights. Wonderful to see you. Tell me, have you ever seen fairy lights quite like these? Fascinating Muggle technology. They run on something called electricity, which is similar to magic, but entirely different, if you can imagine. I've been trying to understand the principles all afternoon. Dad's been electrocuting himself since lunch, Ron muttered. Only twice, Arthur said cheerfully. And I've nearly got them working. Watch this. He pointed his wand at the massive tangle of lights, luminous, mugless. Nothing happened for a moment. Then, with a sound like a small thunderclap, every single bulb blazed to life. Not just the warm white they were meant to be, but in rainbow colors that shifted and swirled. The lights began to move, untangling themselves from the knot and floating upward like luminous snakes, wrapping around the burrow's crooked walls, outlining the windows, draping across the roof, and finally spelling out Happy Christmas in looping script above the front door. It was spectacular. It was absurd. It was the most wonderful thing Harry had ever seen. Arthur, that's actually rather lovely, Molly said from the doorway, her stern expression softening. Though I still say you could have done it with a simple charm. But where's the fun in that? Arthur protested. Besides, Harry appreciates the Muggle artistry, don't you, Harry? It's amazing, Mr. Weasley, Harry said, meaning it. See, Molly, amazing. Arthur beamed. Now, if I can just figure out how to make them sing carols. Absolutely not, Molly said firmly. Dinner in 20 minutes. Boys, wash up. And Arthur, put a warming charm on those lights before they freeze and shatter. As they trudged back inside, stomping snow from their shoes, Harry felt that strange warmth in his chest expanding. The kitchen was even cozier now that darkness was falling outside. Molly had lit candles that floated near the ceiling, their light mixing with the glow from the enchanted stove. The long wooden table was beginning to set itself, plates and cutlery floating from cupboards and drawers to arrange themselves in neat places. Fred, George, dinner, Molly called up the stairs. Coming, Mum, two voices chorused, followed by identical thumps as the twins apparently jumped down several stairs at once. Ginny, Percy. More footsteps, and suddenly the kitchen was full. Fred and George, Harry still couldn't reliably tell them apart, burst in with identical grins and a faint smell of gunpowder. Ginny appeared next, her long red hair in a ponytail, nodding shyly at Harry. Percy descended last, straightening his horn-rimmed glasses and looking vaguely disapproving of the general chaos, though Harry noticed he was wearing a Christmas jumper under his cardigan. Everyone, sit, Molly said, directing traffic with her wand, while simultaneously levitating an enormous pot of stew to the table. Harry, dear, you sit there. Ron, next to him. Fred, that's not your seat. That's Arthur's. George, I saw that. Whatever George had been doing with his wand, he stopped, grinning innocently. Dinner at the Burrow was unlike any meal Harry had ever experienced. At the Dursleys, supper was a quiet, tense affair, where Harry ate quickly and tried not to draw attention to himself. Here, everyone talked at once. Arthur wanted to know everything about Muggle electricity. Fred and George were describing something that had apparently exploded in their room. In a good way, Mum, honestly. Percy was going on about cauldron bottom thickness regulations at the ministry. Ginny was whispering something to Ron that made him snort into his pumpkin juice. And through it all, Molly kept everyone fed, food appearing on plates the moment they were empty, glasses refilling themselves, more bread materializing when the basket ran low. Harry, Have you been keeping up with your potions work? Arthur asked, passing him more stew. I know Severus can be rather exacting. It's fine, Mr. Weasley, Harry said, though that was generous. I mean, I'm not failing. That's the spirit, Fred said. Low expectations, George added. The mark of a true Gryffindor, they finished together. Boys, Molly warned. But Harry was laughing. It felt good to laugh, to be teased, to be part of this warm, chaotic, perfect mess of a family dinner. As the meal wound down and Molly started floating dishes to the sink, where they began washing themselves with enthusiasm, Arthur leaned back in his chair with a contented sigh. I do love Christmas at the Burrow, he said. Everyone home, good food, snow outside, and warmth inside. This is what it's all about. Ron caught Harry's eye and smiled. Harry smiled back, full and warm and more content than he could remember being in a long time. Later, after helping clear the table, Molly had tried to shoo him away, but Harry insisted. And after Ron had shown him where the bathroom was and warned him about the ghoul in the attic, Harry found himself back in Ron's room, unpacking his few belongings into the drawer Ron had cleared for him. Through the window, he could see Arthur's Muggle Christmas lights twinkling on the Burrow's exterior, casting coloured shadows across the snow. Somewhere below, Molly was humming a carol. A door opened and closed. Someone laughed. Harry pulled out his invisibility cloak, folding it carefully, and placed it in the drawer. His firebulb was propped in the corner. Ron had insisted, saying they'd be flying tomorrow if the weather held. His photo album, the one Hagrid had given him with pictures of his parents, went on the bedside table between the two beds. You all right? Ron asked, pulling his own pajamas from under his pillow. Yeah, Harry said. And then, more honestly, better than all right, actually. Ron nodded, understanding in a way only Ron could. Good, that's good. Now come on, Mum will be up in a minute to check that we've got enough blankets and that the room's warm enough. Will she really? Mate, you have no idea. She'll probably check 3 times. Sure enough, 10 minutes later, there was a soft knock on the door. Molly poked her head in, her face soft in the candlelight. Just making sure you boys have everything you need, she said. Harry, dear, is your bed comfortable? Do you need another blanket? It gets cold up here at night. I'm fine, Mrs. Molly, Harry said. Really, everything's perfect. She smiled at him, and in that smile, Harry saw something he'd been missing his entire life without knowing it. A mother's uncomplicated love. Sleep well, both of you, she said softly. Big day tomorrow. Fred and George are planning something. Arthur's determined to add more lights, and I expect you'll all want to go flying despite the cold. After she'd gone, closing the door gently behind her, Harry lay in the narrow bed and stared at the sloped ceiling. He could hear the old house settling around him, creaks and groans that spoke of magic and age and countless Christmases past. Ron's breathing was already evening out in sleep. This was what home felt like, Harry realized. Not a place where you were tolerated or ignored or locked away, but a place where people asked if you were warm enough, where they saved you a seat at the table, where a clock hand appeared with your name on it, pointing to home. He fell asleep with a smile on his face, wrapped in the warmth of the Burrow and the Weasley family's generous, overwhelming love. Harry woke to the sound of something exploding. Not a dangerous explosion. He'd heard enough of those to know the difference. but the kind that involved magic gone slightly awry and someone swearing colourfully in response. The words were muffled through the floorboards, but Harry was fairly certain he caught bleeding niffler, and that's coming out of your allowance. Pale winter sunlight filtered through the small window, painting Ron's Chudley Cannon's posters in shades of gold. Ron himself was still dead asleep, his mouth open, one arm dangling off the bed. Harry checked the battered alarm clock on the nightstand. 7:30. Early by his standards during the holidays, but something about the Burrow made him want to be awake, to not miss a single moment. He dressed quietly, pulling on his warmest jumper. The Dursleys cast off, naturally, 3 sizes too big, and crept down the winding staircase. The photographs on the walls were just beginning to stir, their subjects yawning and stretching in their frames. One which, in a particularly elaborate hat, waved at him cheerfully. The kitchen was already a whirlwind of activity. Molly stood at the stove, her wand conducting what could only be described as a culinary orchestra. Bacon sizzled in one pan, while flipping itself at precise intervals. Eggs cracked themselves into a bowl, whisked by an invisible hand, then poured into another pan where they began to scramble. Toast was browning itself under the watchful eye of a timer that ticked audibly. A teapot was filling itself from the tap, steam already beginning to rise from its spout. But it was the additional chaos that really caught Harry's attention. 3 owls sat on the window ledge, all hooting impatiently. 2 barn owls and 1 magnificent eagle owl that looked distinctly put out at having to wait. Letters were tied to their legs, and one had what appeared to be a small package wrapped in brown paper. "Oh, Harry dear, you're up." Molly glanced over her shoulder, not missing a beat in her wand movements. "Sit, sit. Breakfast is nearly ready. Would you mind letting those owls in? They've been pecking at the window for 10 minutes, but I've had my hands full." Harry pushed open the window, and the owls swooped in with what seemed like excessive drama. The eagle owl, definitely the most dignified of the 3, landed on the back of a chair and extended its leg regally toward Molly. Yes, very impressive," Molly said, untying the letter with her free hand while her wand continued conducting breakfast. "That's from Bill, and this one's from Charlie. Oh, wonderful. He's definitely coming for Christmas. Harry, would you give that owl some water? There's a dish in the corner." Harry filled the dish, while Molly read her letters, her face brightening with each one. The 3rd owl, he noticed, had a letter addressed in sharp, pointed handwriting to Percy Weasley, head boy. "Percy!" Molly called up the stairs. "Letter from Penelope." There was a thump from above, followed by rapid footsteps. Percy appeared moments later, his hair carefully combed, trying and failing to look casual as he took the letter. "Thank you, Mother," he said with exaggerated dignity, then retreated back upstairs at a pace that could only be described as eager, but attempting not to show it. "Young love," Molly said fondly, then turned her attention back to Harry. "Now, what would you like? Eggs, bacon, sausage, toast, tomatoes, mushrooms. I've got porridge as well, and—" "Whatever's easiest," Harry said quickly. "I don't want to be any trouble." Molly's wand stopped mid-flourish. She turned to look at him properly, her expression softening in a way that made Harry's chest tight. "Harry Potter," she said, gently but firmly, "you are not and will never be trouble in this house. Do you understand me? Now I'm going to make you a proper breakfast, and you're going to eat it, And that's final. Before Harry could respond, the kitchen door banged open and Fred and George tumbled in, both talking at once. "Mum, we need the kitchen. Just for an hour, maybe two. Testing some new products. Perfectly safe, mostly." "Absolutely not," Molly said, without turning around. "The last time you tested something in my kitchen, the ceiling was purple for a week. That was an unintended side effect, which we've now corrected. And anyway, purple's a lovely color." "No," Molly said firmly, plating up what appeared to be enough breakfast for 4 people and setting it in front of Harry. "And if I find so much as a single dung bomb in this house before Boxing Day, you'll both be denoming the garden in the snow. Without magic." The twins exchanged glances, some silent communication passing between them, then grinned in unison. "Understood, Mum." "Crystal clear, Mum." They disappeared back upstairs, and Harry heard Ron's voice, "Get off, I'm sleeping," followed by laughter. Arthur appeared next, his hair standing up at odd angles, wearing a dressing gown covered in rubber ducks that actually quacked when he moved. He was carrying what appeared to be a Muggle plug, examining it with intense fascination. "Morning, Harry. Did you sleep well? Molly, have you seen my wire strippers? I'm sure I left them in the shed, but—" "Arthur Weasley, you are not doing electrical work before breakfast." "Just a small project," Arthur said, though he obediently set the plug down on the windowsill and accepted the cup of tea Molly pressed into his hands. "The lights worked beautifully last night, didn't they, Harry?" "They were brilliant, Mr. Weasley," Harry said around a mouthful of eggs. "I'm thinking of adding more," Arthur continued enthusiastically, sitting down across from Harry. "Perhaps some along the orchard path. And I saw the most fascinating thing in a Muggle shop. Inflatable decorations. Imagine, Harry, enormous Father Christmases and snowmen that fill with air. Absolutely ingenious." "Arthur, we are not having a giant inflatable anything in my garden," Molly said, but she was smiling. "Just a thought," Arthur said mildly, winking at Harry. The kitchen continued to fill. Ron stumbled down, his hair flat on one side and sticking up on the other, mumbling something that might have been morning as he collapsed into a chair. Ginny appeared, already dressed and alert, accepting a plate from her mother with a quiet, "Thanks, Mum." Even Percy returned, his letter presumably read and responded to, looking smugly pleased with himself. Breakfast at the Burrow was just as chaotic as dinner had been. Conversations overlapped, plates passed back and forth, tea was poured and re-poured. The morning post owl arrived, the regular delivery one, with the Daily Prophet, which Arthur immediately opened and began reading aloud the more interesting bits. "Listen to this. Ministry considering new regulations on flying carpets. About time, if you ask me. Terribly unsafe, those things. Dad, you crashed the Ford Anglia into the Whomping Willow," Ron pointed out. "That was different. The car had been modified." "Exactly Ron's point, dear," Molly said, refilling Harry's tea without asking. He was learning that in the Weasley household, empty plates and cups were viewed as personal failures on Molly's part. "Right," Arthur said, folding up the paper as he finished his last piece of toast. "Harry, I could use your expertise today. I'm determined to add another string of lights along the garden path, and I'd appreciate a Muggle perspective on the matter." "Arthur, you'll freeze the poor boy," Molly protested. "Warming charms, Molly. Besides, the fresh air will do him good." "I'd like to help," Harry said quickly. The idea of spending the morning with Mr. Weasley, learning more about his fascinating approach to Muggle objects, sounded perfect. Brilliant. Ron, you are helping too. And if your brothers aren't too busy with their experiments, Arthur made air quotes, which looked odd given that he was holding his wand, they can assist as well. Do we have to? Ron asked, though without much conviction. Yes, Molly said firmly. All of you are helping your father. It'll keep you out of trouble. And this afternoon, you can go flying if you must. Though I want everyone in warm clothes and back before dark. Can Harry and I practice Quidditch moves? Ron asked, perking up. If you stay over the orchard where I can see you, Molly said. I don't want anyone flying near the road. And Ronald, you remember what happened last time you tried that Ronski feint? That was different, Ron mumbled, his ears going red. I've got better at pulling up. Ginny made a small sound that might have been a suppressed laugh. After breakfast, and after Molly had insisted Harry have a second helping of everything, they bundled up in cloaks, scarves, and gloves that Molly produced from seemingly nowhere. Harry's were a bit worn but warm, and he suspected they'd belonged to one of the older Weasley brothers. The garden was transformed in the morning light. Snow covered everything in a blanket of white that sparkled like someone had cast a charm on it. The orchard trees drooped with the weight of snow on their branches, and smoke curled from the Burrow's many chimneys into a sky that promised more snow later. But the most noticeable feature was the gnomes. There were dozens of them, poking out of the snow like small, ugly ground squirrels. Several were wearing the tiny Santa hats Harry had noticed the night before. One particularly bold gnome was sitting on the garden shed's roof, apparently sunbathing despite the cold. Right, Arthur said, surveying his domain with satisfaction. First, we need to de-gnome the area where I'll be working. Can't have them chewing through the wires. Harry, have you ever de-gnomed a garden? No, sir, Harry admitted. Excellent. It's quite simple, really. You grab them by the ankles, swing them around a few times to disorient them, then toss them over the hedge. They're remarkably resilient creatures. It doesn't hurt them, just discourages them from coming back, for a while, anyway. Fred and George keep putting hats on them, Ron said, grabbing a gnome that had ventured too close. The gnome immediately began swearing in what sounded like very creative gnomish. They think it's hilarious. It is quite amusing, Arthur admitted, stunning a gnome that had tried to bite his ankle. Though your mother disagrees. She says it encourages them. For the next 20 minutes, Harry learned the art of gnome removal. They were surprisingly heavy for their size and deeply indignant about being evicted from their snow burrows. One managed to latch onto Harry's coat sleeve and had to be gently pried off by Arthur. Another called him something in gnomish that, judging by Ron's expression, was probably quite rude. Fred and George emerged halfway through, ostensibly to help, but mostly to provide commentary. Nice form on that toss, Harry. Bit of a wobble on the rotation, though. 7 out of 10 from the judges. Boys, less commentary, more degnoming, Arthur said, but he was grinning. With all 6 of them working, Percy had been dragged out by Molly, still protesting that he had important correspondence to draft. They cleared the gnomes in short order. The gnomes, for their part, gathered on the other side of the hedge, glaring balefully at them and plotting their return. Excellent work, everyone, Arthur said, rubbing his hands together. Now, for the lights. I've got them in the shed. Harry, Ron, if you'll help me carry them out. The shed was a ramshackle affair that looked like a strong wind might knock it over, but inside it was surprisingly organized, or at least organized by Arthur's standards. Boxes were labeled in his neat handwriting. Plugs, various, batteries, testing, extremely interesting fuses, and somewhat alarmingly, unexploded fireworks. Handle carefully. The Christmas lights were in several tangled boxes, though not nearly as tangled as they'd been yesterday. I spent an hour untangling them this morning, Arthur said proudly. Used a modified unknotting charm. Worked brilliantly, except for this one bit here. He indicated a section of lights that appeared to have fused together into a solid mass, which I think is beyond saving, but the rest should work perfectly. Getting the lights out of the shed and along the garden path was an adventure in itself. The cords seemed determined to tangle themselves around legs, fence posts, and at one point, a low-flying owl that had to be rescued by Fred, while George laughed himself sick. This would be easier with magic, Percy said, huffing slightly as he dragged a particularly long string of lights. But where's the fun in that? Arthur replied cheerfully. Besides, I want to understand how the Muggles do it. It's fascinating, really, how they've developed technology to compensate for the lack of magic. This electricity business, it's almost like they've found a completely different form of magic. Makes you think, doesn't it? Harry, who'd never thought about electricity being particularly magical, found himself nodding anyway. There was something infectious about Mr. Weasley's enthusiasm. They spent the next hour stringing lights along the path from the front door to the orchard. Arthur insisted on doing it the proper Muggle way, which involved a ladder that Ron had to hold steady, a lot of clips that Arthur had obtained from somewhere, and several false starts when they realized they'd started from the wrong end. No, the plug has to be near the house, Arthur explained, backing down the ladder. Unless, Harry, do you think there's a way to reverse the flow of electricity? Make it go backwards along the wire? I don't think so, Mr. Weasley, Harry said carefully. Pity. Would be useful. Right, we'll have to start over. By the time they'd finished, it was nearly noon. The lights traced a winding path from the Burrow's front door, along the garden path, and into the orchard, where they draped artfully from tree to tree. Arthur stood back, admiring their work with satisfaction. Excellent. Now, the moment of truth. He pulled his wand, pointed it at the plug near the door, and muttered an incantation under his breath. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, with a soft hum, the lights blazed to life. Proper white this time, not the rainbow chaos of yesterday, glowing warmly against the snow. Dad, that actually looks really good, Ron said, sounding surprised. It's lovely, Arthur, Molly called from the kitchen window where she'd been watching. Now come inside, all of you, before you catch your deaths. Lunch is ready. They trooped inside, cold-nosed and hungry, to find the kitchen table laden with soup, fresh bread, and cheese. Harry's fingers were numb despite his gloves, and he wrapped them gratefully around the bowl of steaming soup Molly pressed into his hands. This afternoon, Arthur announced over lunch, I may experiment with making the lights respond to sound. Imagine they could pulse along with music or flash when someone claps. Arthur Weasley, you'll do no such thing until after Christmas, Molly said firmly. I won't have you electrocuting yourself on Christmas Eve. Just a small experiment. No. Arthur sighed, but accepted defeat with good grace. Very well. What do you say to some flying this afternoon then? The boys could use the practice, and I wouldn't mind getting on a broom myself. Ron's face lit up. Really? Can we set up a proper pitch? Don't see why not. We'll use the orchard. Plenty of space. Harry caught Ron's eye and grinned. Flying. At the Burrow. With the whole Weasley family potentially watching. It was perfect. As lunch wound down and Molly started organizing the afternoon's activities, Ginny, you'll help me with the mince pies. Percy, those letters won't answer themselves. Fred, George, whatever you're planning, I don't want to know about it unless something explodes, in which case I want to know immediately. Harry felt that same warmth from last night spreading through his chest again. This was family. This was what it meant to belong somewhere, not just to be tolerated or ignored, but to be included, to be wanted, to be part of the beautiful chaos. And they still had the whole afternoon ahead of them. The afternoon air was crisp and sharp, the kind of cold that made Harry's breath puff out in white clouds and turned his cheeks red within minutes. But he didn't care. He was standing in the Burrow's snow-covered orchard, his firebolt in hand, watching Ron test the weight of his clean sweep with the focused expression of someone about to do something either brilliant or catastrophic. Right then, Arthur said, surveying the orchard with the same enthusiasm he'd shown for the Christmas lights. We'll need goal hoops. 3 on each end, regulation height. Who wants to help? I'll do it, Fred said, already pulling out his wand. We've got those old barrels in the shed, George added. Could charm them into hoops easily enough. Make sure they're sturdy, Ron called. Last time you made goals, they collapsed when I scored. That's because you flew through them instead of throwing the quaffle through them, Fred retorted. Details. While the twins worked on constructing makeshift goal hoops, which involved a lot of debate about proper height and width, plus one barrel that got away from them and rolled halfway across the orchard before George caught it, Harry helped Arthur mark out the boundaries of their pitch. Nothing official, of course, Arthur said, dragging his boot through the snow to make a line. But it's good to have some structure. Otherwise, someone always claims the other person was out of bounds. That was one time, Dad, Ron protested. It was 3 times, Ronald, in the same match. Ginny emerged from the burrow, her own broom, an older, clean sweep that had clearly been passed down through several siblings, slung over her shoulder. She changed into thick, flying robes and had her long red hair plaited back in a way that looked both practical and deliberate. Mum says we've got 2 hours before it gets dark, she announced. And if anyone breaks an arm, she's banning flying until Easter. No pressure then, Ron muttered. The goal hoops went up with surprising efficiency, 3 on each end of the makeshift pitch, hovering at approximately the right height through some combination of sticking charms and optimism. Fred tested one by throwing a snowball through the center hoop. It sailed through perfectly, and he bowed to imaginary applause. Who's playing then? George asked, mounting his broom with practiced ease. Me, obviously, Ron said. And me, Harry added. I'm in, Ginny said, her tone making it clear this wasn't up for debate. Excellent, Arthur said. That's 5 of us. We'll need to split into teams. How about I'll referee? Percy called from the kitchen window, where he'd appeared with a cup of tea. Someone needs to ensure proper rules are followed. Percy, you can't referee from inside, Fred said. I'm not flying in this cold, Percy said with dignity. I'll observe from here and call fouls. How will we hear you? George asked reasonably. Percy pulled out his wand and cast a sonorous charm on himself. Like this, his voice boomed across the garden, causing several gnomes to dive for cover. Bloody hell, Perce. Warn us before you do that, Ron complained, rubbing his ear. Language, Ronald, Percy's amplified voice scolded. Arthur was already rising into the air, his broom, an older model that Harry suspected had been middle-aged when Arthur was at Hogwarts, wobbling slightly before steadying. Right then, Ron, Ginny, you're with me. Fred, George, you're with Harry. First to 50 points wins. That's not fair, Ron protested. There's 3 of us, and only 3 of them. Then you should have the advantage, shouldn't you? Arthur said cheerfully. Harry, your team can have the quaffle first. Someone conjure one, would you? Fred pulled out his wand and muttered something. A battered red ball materialized in midair. Not a real quaffle, but a convincing enough copy transfigured from a garden gnome's hat. That's going to fall apart halfway through, George predicted. Then we'll make another one, Fred said, already mounting his broom. Come on, Harry, let's show them how it's done. Harry kicked off from the ground, and the familiar rush of wind and freedom swept over him. This was where he belonged. Not on the ground with its complications and awkward conversations, but up here, where everything made sense. The firebolt responded to his slightest movement, steady and sure beneath him. The game started with a chaos that would have made Madame Hooch despair. Ron immediately shot forward to defend the goals, positioning himself with surprising competence in front of the center hoop. Ginny grabbed the quaffle before anyone else could react, darting between Fred and George with a burst of speed that made Harry blink in surprise. Oi, when did you get so fast? Fred called after her. Ginny didn't answer, too focused on her approach to the goals. She feinted left, sending Ron diving that direction, then tossed the quaffle through the right hoop with casual precision. 10 points to Team Weasley. Weasley, Weasley, Percy's amplified voice announced. We need a better team name, Ron shouted, grabbing the quaffle and throwing it back into play. Harry caught it, the familiar weight satisfying in his hands, even though it was just a conjured copy. He'd never played Chaser before. Seeker was his position, had always been his position. But there was something liberating about having a different role, about being part of the offensive play rather than hunting alone for the snitch. He passed to George, who caught it smoothly and immediately tossed it to Fred. The twins moved in perfect synchronization, passing the quaffle back and forth so quickly that Ron's head swiveled trying to follow it. That's cheating, Ron protested. You're confusing me on purpose. It's called strategy, brother dear, Fred called back, scoring easily through the left hoop while Ron was watching George. 10 points to Team Potter Weasley Weasley. The score is tied at 10 all. Arthur, Harry noticed, wasn't actually doing much scoring himself. Instead, he was flying defensive patterns, blocking passes, and generally getting in the way with enthusiastic, if not particularly graceful, flying. When Fred tried to pass to Harry, Arthur intercepted, nearly falling off his broom in the process. Dad, you're supposed to score, not just block, Ginny called, laughing. I'm playing defensively, Arthur said with dignity, righting himself. It's a perfectly valid strategy. The game dissolved into cheerful chaos. Real Quidditch, this was not. The rules were made up on the spot. Fouls were called by Percy with increasing dramatic flair, and at one point the quaffle disintegrated mid-flight, requiring a 10-minute break while Fred conjured a new one from someone's abandoned scarf. But it was perfect. Harry scored twice, once on a shot that surprised even him, a long throw from near the boundary that sailed through the center hoop, while Ron was distracted by Fred and George's latest passing combination. The second time, he faked a pass to George, then kept the quaffle and dove under Ron's guard for an easy score. "You're getting good at this," George said approvingly as they flew back to center. "Ever think about switching positions?" "Seeker's good enough for me," Harry said, but he was grinning. Ginny was a revelation. She flew with a confidence that belied her younger age, making shots that had Fred swearing admiringly and George shaking his head in disbelief. When she scored her third goal, a spinning shot that came out of nowhere while she was supposedly being defended by both twins, Arthur whooped with pride. "That's my girl. Did you see that, Percy? Did you see that shot?" "I saw it, Dad. 20 points to Team Weasley. Weasley. They lead 40-30. "We're losing to a girl," Fred said, though he sounded more impressed than bothered. "A girl who's better at Quidditch than you, apparently," Ginny shot back, stealing the quaffle right out of his hands. Ron, despite his protests about unfair team distribution, was holding his own as keeper. He'd developed a sort of desperate, flailing style that involved a lot of last-second dives and miraculous saves that looked accidental, but worked anyway. When Harry tried to score on him, Ron stretched out impossibly far and knocked the quaffle away with his fingertips. "Ha! Saved," Ron crowed. "Harry bloody Potter, saved by Ron Weasley." "Language, Ronald," both Percy and Arthur called at the same time. The score climbed steadily, though not in any particularly organized fashion. Percy's commentary became increasingly elaborate, apparently enjoying his role far too much. Another spectacular save by keeper Ronald Weasley, who displays the reflexes of a Norwegian ridgeback and the grace of, well, perhaps not grace, but certainly enthusiasm. "Thanks, Percy," Ron yelled sarcastically. They were at 40-40, both teams having scored frequently enough that Percy had lost track twice and had to recount, when Arthur called for a break. "Getting old," he admitted, landing with slightly less grace than he'd taken off with. "Need to catch my breath." They landed in the orchard, boots crunching in the snow that had been churned up by their game. Harry's face was frozen, his fingers stiff even in his gloves, but he felt more alive than he had in months. This was joy. Simple, uncomplicated joy. Molly appeared at the kitchen door with a tray of hot chocolate, seemingly having anticipated their need with the precision of a mother who'd raised 7 children. "Come get warm drinks," she called. "You've all gone red as beetroots." They trudged toward the house, brooms over shoulders, chattering about the game's highlights. Fred was insisting that one of Ginny's goals didn't count because she'd been offside, which Ginny disputed on the grounds that Percy hadn't called it, which Percy disputed on the grounds that the offsides rule didn't apply to made-up Quidditch matches. Harry hung back slightly, walking beside Ron, both of them comfortable in the kind of silence that only real friends could share. "This is brilliant," Harry said quietly. Ron glanced at him, understanding immediately what Harry meant. Not just the Quidditch, but all of it, the chaos, the laughter, the sense of belonging. "Yeah," Ron said simply. "It is." They reached the kitchen door where Molly was handing out steaming mugs of hot chocolate, each topped with melting marshmallows. Harry accepted his gratefully, wrapping both hands around the warm ceramic. "Are you warm enough, dear?" Molly asked, her hand automatically going to check Harry's forehead as if testing for fever. "I'm fine, Mrs. Molly," Harry said. "Really, that was amazing." "You're all mad, flying in this cold," Molly said, but she was smiling. "But I suppose that's what young people do. Arthur, you look exhausted." "Just catching my breath," Arthur said, though he did collapse into a kitchen chair with evident relief. "Harry, did you see Ginny's shot? The spinning one. Extraordinary talent, that girl. Takes after her mother. Molly was quite the chaser in her day." "Arthur Weasley." "I was nothing of the sort," Molly protested, though her cheeks went pink. "You absolutely were. Remember that match against Slytherin in—" "We're not talking about that match," Molly said firmly, but she was still smiling. They crowded into the kitchen, tracking snow across Molly's clean floor. She vanished it with an absent flick of her wand, and filling the space with the comfortable noise of a family after shared exertion. Percy finally ended his sonorous charm, his voice returning to normal volume, much to everyone's relief. "Final score was 40-40, Percy announced. "A draw." "Rubbish," Fred said. "We were winning." "You were not," Ginny said. "We scored last." "That doesn't mean you were winning when the game ended." "Then what does it mean?" "It means it's a draw," Arthur said diplomatically. "Which means everyone wins. Perfect outcome for Christmas, really." Harry sipped his hot chocolate. It was rich and sweet and perfect. And listened to the Weasleys bicker affectionately about the game. Ron was demonstrating his best save, using exaggerated arm movements. Fred and George were already planning revenge for their next match. Ginny was quietly smug, clearly the best player on the field, and knowing it. And Arthur caught Harry's eye and winked, a small gesture that somehow encompassed everything, the flying, the family, the belonging. "You know what we should do," George said suddenly. "Build magical snow creatures, really impressive ones." "Oh, can we make them move?" Fred asked, perking up immediately. "Boys, no," Molly started, but she was already fighting a losing battle. "Just small ones, Mum," Fred wheedled. "Harmless, educational even." "Nothing you two do is harmless," Molly said. But she'd already turned back to the stove, where something was beginning to smell wonderful. "Fine, but keep them small, and if they attack the gnomes, you're vanishing them immediately." Fred and George exchanged gleeful looks and bolted back outside, still in their flying robes. "I'll help," Ginny said, following them. "Ron, Harry," George called back. "Coming." Ron looked at Harry, eyebrow raised in question. Harry drained the last of his hot chocolate and nodded. "Definitely." They pulled their cloaks back on and headed into the cold once more. The sun was lower now, casting long shadows across the snow, turning everything golden and soft. The orchard was quiet, except for the sound of Fred and George already rolling enormous snowballs and debating spell combinations. "Right," Fred said as they approached. "We're making a dragon." "I thought we were keeping them small," Ginny pointed out. "This is small. For a dragon." What followed was an hour of magical experimentation that would have horrified their professors and delighted anyone with a sense of fun. They built their creatures, not just a dragon, but also what might have been a hippogriff, definitely a niffler, and something that Ron insisted was a thestral, but looked more like a lumpy horse. Fred charmed the dragon to breathe actual steam from its snow-sculpted nostrils. George gave the hippogriff wings that flapped slowly, scattering snow with each movement. Ginny's niffler shuffled about in circles, attracted to anything shiny, including the buttons on Ron's coat, which it kept trying to pull off with its snow-sculpted paws. Harry's thestral didn't move, but he'd managed to capture something in its expression, a dignity, a sadness, that made even the twins go quiet for a moment. "That's actually quite good, Harry," Fred said. "Bit melancholy for Christmas, though," George added. "Matches Harry's personality," Ron said, then yelped when Harry shoved snow down the back of his coat in retaliation. The snow fight that followed was inevitable. It started with Ron's counterattack on Harry, escalated when Ginny landed a perfect shot on Fred's face, and devolved into absolute chaos when George levitated an entire drift of snow and dropped it on all of them at once. They were laughing too hard to properly retaliate, gasping in the cold air, covered head to toe in snow. Harry's sides hurt from laughing. His cheeks ached from smiling, and he couldn't remember the last time he'd felt this light. "Truce!" Ron finally called, sprawled in the snow. "Truce! I can't breathe." They lay there for a moment, all 5 of them, scattered across the churned-up snow of the orchard, breathing hard and grinning at the darkening sky. "We should head in," Ginny said eventually, "before Mum sends Dad out to check on us." "Before we freeze to death, you mean," Ron said, but he didn't move. That too. Harry turned his head to look at Ron, who turned at the same moment to look at him. Something passed between them. Not words, not even really a thought, but an understanding. This was what brothers felt like. This was family. "Come on," Harry said, pushing himself up and offering Ron a hand. Ron took it, letting Harry haul him to his feet. They brushed snow off each other, a futile gesture given how covered they were, and headed back toward the burrow with the others. The kitchen windows glowed warm and golden in the gathering dusk, and Harry could see Molly moving about inside, probably starting dinner, probably already worried they'd been out too long. Arthur's Christmas lights had come on automatically as darkness fell, twinkling along the path like a runway guiding them home. Home. Harry tested the word in his mind as they stomped snow off their boots at the door. It fit better each time. They tumbled back into the warmth of the burrow, bringing cold air and snow with them, filling the house with noise and laughter and life, and Harry belonged right in the middle of it. The evening had settled over the burrow like a comfortable blanket. Outside, the snow had begun falling again in soft, fat flakes that caught the light from Arthur's Christmas decorations. Inside, the house was warm and bright, filled with the sounds of a family winding down after a day of cheerful chaos. Harry had changed into dry clothes, another of Ron's hand-me-downs that fit better than anything from Dudley, and come back downstairs to find most of the Weasleys scattered throughout the house. Arthur had fallen asleep in his armchair by the fire, the Daily Prophet spread across his chest, his glasses slightly askew. Percy was at the dining table, writing what appeared to be a very important letter with intense concentration. Fred and George had disappeared upstairs, and occasional thumps and muffled laughter suggested they were up to something that Molly would disapprove of if she knew the specifics. Ron and Ginny were playing Exploding Snap in front of the fire, their hands moving quickly to avoid the card's periodic eruptions. From the scorch marks on Ron's sleeve, he was losing, but it was the kitchen that drew Harry. Molly stood at the counter, surrounded by what appeared to be the ingredients for at least 5 different dishes. Flour dusted her apron, her wand moved in small, precise circles, and she was humming something that might have been "God rest you merry hippogriffs" under her breath. "Mrs. Molly," Harry corrected himself at her look. "Can I help?" Molly turned, her face softening in that way it did when she looked at him, like he was something precious that needed protecting. It made Harry's chest tight in a way that wasn't entirely comfortable. "You want to help cook?" she asked. And there was something in her voice Harry couldn't quite identify. Surprise, maybe, or pleasure. "If that's all right," Harry said quickly. "I mean, I'm not very good at it. The Dursleys never really let me." He stopped, unsure why he'd said that, why the words had slipped out so easily. Molly's expression shifted, something fierce and protective flashing across her features before settling back into warmth. "Well then," she said, her voice determinedly cheerful. "It's high time you learned properly, isn't it? Come here, dear. We'll start with something simple." She cleared a space at the counter, vanishing the flour dust with a flick of her wand, and pulled over a large bowl. "We're making mince pies," she explained. "A Weasley Christmas tradition. Everyone has to eat at least 3 on Christmas Eve, or it's bad luck." "Is that a real tradition?" Harry asked. "It is in this house," Molly said firmly. "Now, the filling's already made. I did that this morning, while you lot were terrorizing my garden gnomes. But the pastry needs doing, and that's where you come in." She assembled ingredients on the counter: flour, butter, sugar, eggs. Her movements were efficient, practiced, the actions of someone who'd made thousands of meals, who could probably bake a pie in her sleep. "Now," Molly said, measuring flour into the bowl. "You can do this by hand, but there are some simple charms that make it easier. Watch." Her wand traced a pattern over the butter, and it began to cut itself into small pieces, distributing through the flour like golden pebbles. That's a modified cutting charm, very useful for pastry. You want the butter cold and in small pieces. Makes the pastry flaky. Harry watched, fascinated. He'd seen magic used for 1,000 things: defense, attack, transportation, transformation. But this was different. This was magic for the everyday, for the domestic, for creating something warm and nourishing. "Can I try?" he asked. Molly's smile was brilliant. "Of course, dear. Here, take my wand for a moment. Yours might not respond quite right to household spells. They need to be done with intention, with care." Harry accepted her wand. It felt strange, not quite right in his hand, but warm in a way his own wand wasn't, and tried to replicate the movement she'd shown him. His first attempt sent butter flying across the kitchen. His second turned the flour briefly purple. His third, under Molly's patient guidance, actually worked. "There," Molly said triumphantly. "You see? You've got the touch for it. Now the mixing. That's where it gets interesting." She showed him how to bring the pastry together, how to know when to stop mixing, how to shape it into a disc and wrap it to rest. Her hands moved with practiced ease, and when Harry fumbled, She guided his hands with hers, patient and kind. "The Dursleys had you cook for them, didn't they?" Molly said quietly, her hands still over his, helping him roll out the pastry. Harry froze. "Sometimes. I mean, my aunt mostly cooked, but I'd help. With breakfast, usually." "Help." Molly's voice was flat, and Harry recognized the tone. It was the same one she'd used when Fred and George had crashed the car into the Whomping Willow. Anger, carefully controlled. "You were 10 years old, Harry. Children shouldn't have to cook their own breakfast." "It wasn't that bad," Harry said automatically, the defensive response he'd learned years ago. "Don't complain. Don't make trouble. Be grateful for what you have." Molly's hands stilled. She turned him gently to face her, flour on both their hands, the pastry forgotten for a moment. "Harry," she said, and her voice was very gentle but very firm. "You don't have to protect them. Not here. Not with me." Harry looked at her, really looked at her, and saw something in her face that made his throat tight. Understanding, fury on his behalf, and underneath it all, a fierce, protective love that he'd never experienced directed at him before. "They didn't hurt me," Harry said quietly. "Not really. They didn't want me there. I was a burden, an inconvenience. They made sure I knew it." "Oh, sweetheart," Molly said, and pulled him into a hug that smelled like flour and cinnamon and home. "You are not a burden. You are not an inconvenience. You are a joy." Harry stood very still, unsure what to do with his hands, unsure how to respond to this overwhelming wave of maternal affection. No one had ever called him a joy before. No one had ever held him like this, like he was valuable, like he mattered. "Right then," Molly said after a moment, releasing him but keeping one hand on his shoulder, as if anchoring him to the spot. "We're going to finish these pies, and you're going to learn how to make proper pastry, and we're not going to talk about people who don't deserve even a moment of our time. Agreed?" "Agreed," Harry said, his voice only slightly unsteady. They worked in comfortable silence for a while, cutting circles from the rolled pastry, pressing them into tart tins, filling each one with the rich, spiced mincemeat that Molly had prepared. She showed him how to crimp the edges, how to brush them with beaten egg for shine, how to cut little stars from the leftover pastry to place on top. "These are for Christmas Eve," Molly explained as they worked. "We'll have them after dinner, before everyone goes to bed. It's when we do presents too. Can't wait until Christmas morning. Too much chaos with everyone opening things at once." "You do presents on Christmas Eve?" Harry asked, carefully placing a pastry star on top of his pie. "Always have," Molly said. "Started when Bill was small. He could never sleep on Christmas Eve, kept sneaking downstairs to peek at presents. So Arthur and I decided we'd do one present each on Christmas Eve, save the rest for morning. Seemed to help. Well, a bit anyway." She slid the tray of pies into the oven with a practiced motion, adjusting the temperature with a tap of her wand. The kitchen was warm and fragrant, and through the doorway, Harry could hear Ron's exasperated, "That's not fair," as another card exploded. "Tell me about your first Christmas," Harry said impulsively. "With Bill, I mean. What was it like?" Molly's face went soft, the way it always did when she talked about her children. She pulled out another bowl, starting on what appeared to be a Christmas pudding, and began to talk. "Oh, Bill was just 6 months old that first Christmas. Tiny thing, all red hair and big eyes. We were living in a flat in Ottery St. Catchpole, much smaller than this. Just 2 rooms, really. Arthur was working at the ministry, just starting out, and money was tight. Her hands moved automatically, measuring, mixing, her wand conducting the spoons in their stirring. We couldn't afford much in the way of presents. Arthur made Bill a wooden dragon, carved it himself, spent weeks on it. I knitted him a jumper, far too big because I kept thinking he'd grow into it. And we bought one toy, a muggle one actually, that made sounds when you pressed it. She smiled at the memory, her hands still working. Bill loved that dragon, carried it everywhere for years. It's still somewhere in this house, actually. Arthur can't bear to throw it away. What about the others? Harry asked, rolling out more pastry under Molly's watchful eye. Their first Christmases. And Molly told him about Charlie's first Christmas, when he'd somehow managed to set his crib on fire with accidental magic, giving them all quite a fright. About Percy's, when Bill and Charlie had been so excited about their baby brother that they'd woken him up every hour to show him things, leaving Percy cranky and Molly exhausted. She told him about Fred and George's first Christmas. I knew we were in trouble when they were 3 months old and already seemed to be communicating silently, planning something. And how they'd somehow switched their cribs without anyone noticing. About Ron's first Christmas, when there were suddenly 6 children in the house and chaos had reached new heights. I remember looking around the living room that morning, Molly said softly, seeing all my boys, and this house that was always too small and always too loud, and thinking I'd never been happier in my life. And Ginny? Harry asked. Molly's expression went even softer. Ginny, my little girl. After 6 boys, I'd almost given up hoping. And then there she was, just perfect. That first Christmas she was nearly 1, just starting to walk. She toddled over to the tree and pulled off every ornament she could reach. The boys were horrified. They'd spent so long decorating it carefully. But Ginny just laughed, and soon enough, they were all laughing with her. She paused in her stirring, looking at Harry. That's what family is, you know. It's not always easy. Sometimes it's loud and chaotic, and someone's always breaking something or fighting with someone else. But it's laughter, it's forgiveness. It's knowing that no matter what happens, you belong. Harry focused very intently on the pastry he was rolling, not trusting himself to speak. You belong here, Harry, Molly said gently. I need you to know that. This isn't just Ron's friend visiting. You're family. The word hung in the air between them, huge and terrifying and wonderful. I don't know how to be family, Harry admitted quietly. Oh, sweetheart. Molly's hand found his, stilling his nervous rolling of the pastry. You already are. You just don't know it yet. The oven timer chimed, breaking the moment. Molly pulled out the mince pies, golden and perfect, steam rising from their star-topped centers. The smell was incredible. Cinnamon, nutmeg, citrus, butter, all combining into something that smelled like Christmas itself. There, Molly said with satisfaction. Your first properly made pastry. How does it feel? Good, Harry said, and meant it. Not just the pastry, but all of it. The conversation, the confidences, the feeling of being trusted with family stories. Really good. Arthur stirred in his chair, blinking awake and immediately zeroing in on the pies with unerring accuracy. Are those mince pies I smell? They're for Christmas Eve, Arthur, Molly said firmly. Just one, for testing purposes. No, half of one? Arthur Weasley. What if they're not good? Shouldn't we check? Harry laughed, and Molly rolled her eyes, but she was smiling. Fine, 1. But only because Harry made them, and we should see how he did. She cut a pie in half, giving part to Arthur and part to Harry. It was still warm, the pastry flaky and buttery, the filling rich and sweet. Excellent, Arthur pronounced. Harry, you're a natural. Molly, we might have to put him to work in the kitchen more often. Don't give him ideas, Molly said, but she was looking at Harry with such open affection that he had to look away, his face heating. Ron appeared in the doorway, drawn by the smell of food, with the instinct of a teenage boy. Are those for us? They're for Christmas Eve, Molly said. Can I have one for testing purposes? Your father already used that excuse. Did it work? Once. It won't work twice. Ron grinned, unrepentant, and grabbed an apple from the bowl on the counter instead. Mum, Fred and George are doing something weird upstairs. There's purple smoke coming out of their room. Molly's eyes narrowed. What kind of purple smoke? The suspicious kind. With a sigh that suggested this was far from the first time she'd dealt with suspicious smoke, Molly wiped her hands on her apron and headed for the stairs. You two, finish the pudding, she called back. Just mix it. Don't try any spells. And if your brothers have blown themselves up, Harry, you're my witness that I warned them. After she'd gone, Ron slid into the spot she'd vacated, eyeing the bowl of pudding mixture. What's she making? Christmas pudding, Harry said. She was telling me about your first Christmases. Oh no, Ron said. Did she tell you about the time I tried to fly the broom at 3 years old and crashed into the chimney? She didn't mention that one. Good. Let's keep it that way. Ron grabbed a spoon, sneaking a taste of the pudding mixture. Blimey, that's got a kick to it. There's brandy in there. Ron, your mum said not to. Just tasting it. Quality control. Ron grinned at him. You look happy. Good day. The best, Harry said honestly. Really, Ron, the best. Ron's grin softened into something more genuine, more brotherly. Good, that's good. You deserve good days, mate. From upstairs came a small explosion, followed by Molly's voice, raised in exasperation, and Fred and George's simultaneous protests of innocence. We should probably go see if they've survived, Ron said, though he didn't move. Probably, Harry agreed, also not moving. They stayed in the kitchen a moment longer, in the warmth and the golden light, surrounded by the smell of baking and Christmas spices. Outside, snow continued to fall. Somewhere in the house, Arthur was humming along to the wizarding wireless network. The burrow creaked and settled around them, comfortable in its own chaos. And Harry thought, not for the first time that day, but perhaps more certainly than before, that this was what home was supposed to feel like. The morning of the Christmas show dawned bright and cold, with frost patterns on the windows that looked almost like deliberate enchantments. Harry woke to the sound of raised voices downstairs. Not angry voices, but the kind of loud, animated discussion that seemed to be the Weasley family's default mode of communication. Absolutely not putting that in the living room, George. But it's part of the act, Mum. I don't care if it's part of the Hogwarts curriculum. You're not bringing a... Is that a filibuster's firework? Harry grinned, pulling on his jumper and heading downstairs. Ron was already gone. His bed a tangle of blankets that suggested a hasty departure. The kitchen was even more chaotic than usual. Molly stood in the center like the eye of a hurricane, directing traffic with her wand, while simultaneously preparing what looked like enough breakfast to feed a small army. Fred and George were attempting to sneak a large, suspicious-looking box past her toward the living room. Arthur was at the table with what appeared to be blueprints, though for what? Harry couldn't tell. Percy sat in the corner with a book, trying to look above the fray, but clearly paying attention to everything. "Harry, dear." Molly spotted him immediately. "Sit, eat. There's sausage and eggs, and I've made extra toast because someone—" She shot a meaningful look at Ron, who was currently on his third piece. "Seems to have a bottomless stomach this morning." "Big day, Mum," Ron said through a mouthful of toast. "Need my strength." "What you need is manners," Percy muttered, not looking up from his book. "What you need is a sense of humor," Ron shot back. "Boys," Arthur said mildly, not looking up from his blueprints. "It's Christmas show day. Let's have peace until at least noon, shall we?" Harry slid into a chair, accepting a plate that Molly filled without asking what he wanted. He'd learned over the past few days that in the Weasley household, you ate what Molly served you, and you ate all of it. And then she gave you seconds, whether you'd ask for them or not. "So," Harry said, "what exactly is the Christmas show?" 6 voices answered at once. "It's a tradition," Arthur began. "It's brilliant," Ron said. "It's an opportunity for creative expression," Percy contributed. "It's chaos," Molly added, but fondly. "It's our chance to showcase our talents," Fred started. "And test new products on a captive audience," George finished. Harry blinked. "Right, that clears it up." Arthur laughed. "The Christmas show is something Molly and I started years ago when Bill was about 7. We wanted a way to celebrate that wasn't just presents and food, something that brought everyone together. We each perform something," Molly explained, vanishing a plate that Ron had somehow already emptied. "A talent, a story, a bit of magic. It doesn't have to be perfect. In fact, it's better if it's not. It's about sharing with family." "Bill's playing his guitar this year," Arthur said, his face lighting up. "He sent an owl yesterday confirming, and Charlie's bringing something special from Romania, though he won't say what. Knowing Charlie, it's either a dragon or something equally dangerous," Percy said, finally setting down his book. "I've prepared a reading from A History of Cauldron Regulations." The silence that followed was deafening. "Percy," Fred said slowly, "you're joking, right?" "It's a fascinating text." "Percy," Molly interrupted gently, "perhaps something a bit more festive?" Percy's ears went pink. "I suppose I could do something else." "We've got a comedic duel planned," George said, steering the conversation away from Percy's embarrassment. "Absolutely brilliant. Took us weeks to choreograph." "Nothing that sets the living room on fire," Molly said immediately. "Mum, have a little faith." "I have 7 children. I have no faith left." Ginny appeared at the bottom of the stairs, already dressed and looking determined. "I need the living room for the next hour. No one comes in." "What are you practicing?" Ron asked. "If I told you, it wouldn't be a surprise, would it?" Ginny said, grabbing a piece of toast and disappearing back toward the living room before anyone could protest. "I love Christmas show day," Arthur said contentedly, spreading marmalade on his toast. "Everyone running around with secrets, preparing surprises. It's wonderful." "It's stressful," Molly corrected, but she was smiling. Last year, Fred and George's act involved Percy's head boy badge somehow ending up on one of the garden gnomes. That was never proven, Fred said. We maintain our innocence, George added. The gnome was wearing it, Molly said flatly. Circumstantial evidence. After breakfast, and after Molly had insisted Harry have seconds despite his protests that he was full, the house descended into organized chaos. Everyone disappeared to various corners to prepare their acts in secret. Harry could hear Ginny in the living room, the sound of furniture being moved, and the occasional muttered incantation. Fred and George had locked themselves in their room, and suspicious thumps and flashes of coloured light came from under the door. Even Percy had retreated to his room, though what he could be preparing, Harry had no idea. Ron found Harry on the landing, looking uncertain. So, Ron said, we need an act. We do? Everyone performs something. That's the rule. Ron looked deeply uncomfortable. I was thinking, maybe a magic trick. Something simple. Dad showed me one, once with cards. We could practice it. Ron, I've never done a magic trick in my life. Neither have I. Not properly anyway. That's why we need to practice. Ron grinned. Come on, we'll use the twins' room while they're busy. They've got loads of stuff we can borrow. The twins' room was an explosion of colour and chaos. Every surface was covered with boxes, bottles, papers, and things that looked like they might explode if looked at wrong. A sign on one trunk read, Danger, Experimental, in large red letters. Should we be in here? Harry asked doubtfully. Probably not, Ron admitted, but they won't mind. Probably. He started rummaging through a drawer. Here, cards. We can do a simple levitation trick. You levitate the cards. I catch them. We both look impressive. They spent the next hour attempting to coordinate what should have been a simple trick. The cards refused to cooperate. Harry's first attempt sent them shooting across the room like small projectiles, embedding one in the wall. Ron's attempt to catch them resulted in him tripping over a loose floorboard and landing on what turned out to be a portable swamp in a box, fortunately deactivated. This is hopeless, Ron said, extracting himself from the swamp box. We're rubbish at this. Maybe that's the point, Harry said, laughing despite himself. Your mum said it doesn't have to be perfect. Yeah, but I'd like it to be at least functional. They tried again, and again. By the time lunch rolled around, they'd managed to perform the trick exactly once without disaster, and that had been mostly luck. The house gathered for a quick lunch, sandwiches that everyone ate standing up, too excited or nervous about the evening's performance to sit still for long. Bill had arrived mid-morning, looking tanned and competent in his dragon hide jacket, his long hair tied back. He'd brought his guitar, a beautiful instrument that he'd propped carefully in the corner. How's Egypt? Arthur asked eagerly over his sandwich. Any interesting curses? A few, Bill said, grinning. Broke one last week that had been on a tomb for 3,000 years. Very nasty piece of work. Turned your teeth into scarabs if you spoke within 10 feet of the sarcophagus. Fascinating, Arthur said. How did you counter it? While Bill launched into a technical explanation of curse breaking that had Arthur nodding enthusiastically and everyone else looking faintly nauseous, Charlie arrived with a small trunk that rattled ominously. Please tell me that's not a dragon, Molly said immediately. It's not a dragon, Charlie said. Charlie Weasley. It's not, Mum, I promise. Just some friends from the reserve. Small ones. Completely harmless. Mostly. I don't like that mostly, Molly said, but Charlie had already carried the trunk toward the living room. grinning over his shoulder. The afternoon dissolved into a flurry of final preparations. Arthur disappeared to set up what he called theatrical lighting in the living room, which apparently involved several of his Muggle Christmas lights and some creative spell work. Molly was cooking, because of course she was, producing mince pies and sausage rolls and little sandwiches for after the performances. Harry found himself drawn back to the kitchen, to Molly's steady presence and the warm spice smell of her baking. "Nervous about tonight?" Molly asked, not looking up from the pastry she was rolling. "A bit," Harry admitted. "Ron and I have an act, but it's not very good." "The best acts never are," Molly said, smiling. "I remember one year Bill tried to juggle using only levitation charms, dropped every single ball. We laughed until we cried. It was perfect. But what if we mess up?" Molly set down her rolling pin and turned to face him fully. "Harry, dear, the Christmas show isn't about being perfect. It's about being together, being willing to be a bit silly, a bit vulnerable, with people who love you." She reached out, tucking a bit of his perpetually messy hair behind his ear, in a gesture so maternal it made his throat tight. "You could stand up there and do nothing but sneeze, and we'd still applaud." "That's a low bar," Harry said, trying to joke. "That's family," Molly corrected gently. A crash from the living room, followed by Arthur's cheerful, "It's supposed to do that," made them both smile. "I should check on that," Molly said, "before your father electrocutes himself again. Harry, would you mind watching the oven? The mince pies should be done in about 5 minutes." Left alone in the kitchen, Harry sat at the worn wooden table and let the sounds of the house wash over him. Ginny's voice from the living room, practicing something under her breath. The twins' door opening and closing rapidly, accompanied by whispered conferences. Percy's dignified footsteps on the stairs. Bill's laugh at something Arthur had said. Charlie's voice, talking to whatever creatures were in his trunk. And underneath it all, the creaks and groans of the burrow itself, settling around its family like a comfortable embrace. The oven timer chimed. Harry carefully extracted the mince pies, golden and perfect, just as Molly's always were, and set them on the counter to cool. Through the window, he could see the sun beginning to set, painting the snow in shades of pink and gold. Arthur's Christmas lights were already glowing, ready for the evening ahead. Ron clattered down the stairs, slightly out of breath. "Harry, we need to practice one more time. I think I've figured out where we've been going wrong." "The cards?" Harry asked. "No, our expectations. We've been trying to make it work. We should be trying to make it entertaining. Come on." They practiced in Ron's room one last time, and somehow, with the pressure of perfection, the trick started to come together. Not perfectly, the cards still wobbled, and Harry's levitation was questionable at best, but it had a charm to it. A sincerity. "That'll do," Ron said finally, satisfied. "We're not going to win any awards, but we won't completely embarrass ourselves." "Wasn't aware there were awards," Harry said. "There aren't. But Fred and George like to pretend there are, and then give them to themselves." As evening fell properly and the house began to fill with a different kind of energy, anticipatory, excited, Molly called everyone to the kitchen for an early dinner. Nothing fancy, just soup and bread, saving the real food for after the performances. "Right then," Arthur said, standing at the head of the table with the air of a man about to make an important announcement. "The Christmas show will begin in 1 hour." performers should make their final preparations. The audience, which is also the performers, but never mind that, should find good seats early, and everyone remember the most important rule. Have fun. The entire Weasley family chorused, clearly having heard this speech many times before. Exactly, Arthur said, beaming. Now, who's excited? The cheer that went up shook the rafters, and Harry found himself cheering too, caught up in the infectious enthusiasm of the Weasley family Christmas tradition. 1 hour until the show. 1 hour until Harry stood in front of this family and performed something silly and imperfect and entirely human. He couldn't wait. The living room had been transformed. Arthur's Muggle Christmas lights were strung across the ceiling, creating a canopy of twinkling stars that shifted colors slowly, white to gold to soft blue, and back again. The furniture had been pushed to the walls, creating a makeshift stage area at one end and seating at the other. Cushions and blankets were piled everywhere, making the space cozy and intimate. The fire crackled in the hearth, casting dancing shadows that added to the theatrical atmosphere. Harry settled onto a cushion between Ron and Ginny, his stomach fluttering with nervous energy. The entire Weasley family was present now. Bill lounging against the wall with his guitar, Charlie sitting cross-legged near his mysterious trunk, Percy perched on the sofa with uncharacteristic informality, Fred and George whispering together with barely suppressed excitement. Molly had finally abandoned the kitchen, settling into Arthur's favorite armchair with a contented sigh. Right then, Arthur said, standing in the center of what had become the stage. He'd changed into a festive jumper covered in snitches that actually flew in lazy circles across the fabric. Welcome, family, to the annual Weasley Christmas show. Everyone applauded. Fred whistled. George stamped his feet. The rules, as always, are simple, Arthur continued. Each performer gets the stage. No heckling. Fred, George, I'm looking at you, unless it's funny, in which case, carry on. And most importantly, we're here to celebrate each other and the ridiculous talents this family has somehow accumulated. Get on with it, Dad, Ron called, good-naturedly. Patience, Ronald. Now, as the patriarch of this family. Old, he means, Fred stage whispered. I claim the privilege of introducing our first performer. Bill, my boy, you are up. Bill unfolded himself from the wall, guitar in hand, and moved to the center of the room with the easy confidence of someone who'd performed in far more intimidating venues. He settled onto a stool that Arthur conjured with a flick of his wand, adjusting his guitar across his knee. Right, Bill said, his voice carrying the faint roughness of someone who spent his days shouting over desert winds and ancient curses. I learned this in Egypt from a wizard who claimed it was composed by a priest of Thoth about 3,000 years ago. No idea if that's true, but it sounds good. He struck the first chord, and Harry's breath caught. The guitar wasn't just playing music. It was creating it, layering it, building harmonies that shouldn't have been possible from a single instrument. Bill's fingers moved across the strings with practiced ease, but the guitar itself seemed alive, responding to his touch with more than just sound. Images flickered in the air above the strings, desert landscapes, ancient pyramids, stars wheeling across an endless sky. The melody was haunting, something old and foreign and beautiful. It spoke of sand and secrets, of tombs sealed for millennia, of magic that predated wands and formal spells. Bill's eyes were half closed, lost in the music, and for a moment, Harry could see him as he must appear in Egypt, confident, competent, at home in the ancient and dangerous. The song built to a crescendo, the harmonies layering until the room seemed filled with a full orchestra, and then softened, gentled, came back to a single guitar, playing a simple melody that sounded like coming home. When the last note faded, there was a moment of complete silence. Then the room erupted in applause. "That was beautiful, dear," Molly said, her eyes suspiciously bright. "Just beautiful." "Show off," Charlie said, but he was grinning. "How am I supposed to follow that?" "With dragon friends, apparently," Bill said, returning to his spot against the wall and accepting the congratulations of his siblings with good grace. Charlie stood, cracking his knuckles with the air of someone about to do something either brilliant or catastrophic. He dragged his trunk to the center of the room, and everyone leaned forward with interest. "Right," Charlie said. "So I know." Mum said no dragons. "Charlie," Molly started, half rising from her chair. "Which is why I didn't bring any dragons," Charlie continued quickly. "But I did bring some of the other creatures we have at the reserve, the smaller ones, the safe ones, relatively speaking." He opened the trunk, and Harry's eyes widened. The first creature to emerge was a fairy, but not the ridiculous Cornish pixies from Defense Against the Dark Arts. This was something else entirely, about 6 inches tall with iridescent wings that caught the firelight and scattered it in the rainbow patterns. It hovered uncertainly for a moment, then spotted the Christmas tree in the corner and made a beeline for the star on top, settling there with evident satisfaction. "That's Pip," Charlie said fondly. "She's a Romanian glow fairy. Watch this." He whistled, a low, musical sound, and Pip began to glow, not just reflecting light, but generating it, pulsing in time with her wings until the entire top of the Christmas tree was bathed in soft, shimmering light. "Brilliant," Arthur breathed. Next came what looked like a small dragon, but couldn't be, because Molly hadn't hexed Charlie yet. It was about the size of a cat, with scales that shifted colors like oil on water and eyes that held far too much intelligence for its size. "This is a baby opali," Charlie explained. "Well, not a baby. He's about 50 years old, but small for his species. His name's Opal, obviously." Opal surveyed the room with regal disdain, then spotted the fire and trotted over to it, settling on the hearth with a contented rumble that might have been a purr. Small puffs of smoke emerged from his nostrils. "He won't breathe fire, will he?" Percy asked nervously. "Not unless startled," Charlie said. "So everyone stay calm." "Charlie Weasley, that is not reassuring," Molly said, but she was watching Opal with fascination rather than fear. The final creature Charlie produced was the strangest. A small, fluffy ball of what looked like dandelion fluff, floating aimlessly through the air. It drifted toward Ginny, who reached out instinctively. The moment her finger touched it, the fluff exploded in a shower of golden sparks that smelled like honey and cinnamon, then reformed a moment later, completely unharmed. "That's a spark puff," Charlie said, grinning at Ginny's delighted expression. "They're practically harmless. They live off magical energy, and they communicate through scent and light. That one likes you." The spark puff drifted to Ginny's shoulder and settled there, pulsing with soft golden light. For the next 10 minutes, Charlie talked about his creatures with the same passion Arthur showed for Muggle artifacts. He explained Pip's role in the reserve's ecosystem, demonstrated Opal's surprising intelligence by having him solve a simple puzzle for treats, and let everyone interact with the Spark Puff, which apparently had different reactions to each person's magical signature. When Harry touched it, the Spark Puff turned a deep scarlet and gold, exploding with sparks that smelled distinctly of broomstick wax and treacle tart. Charlie raised his eyebrows. Interesting. That's a strong magical signature you've got there, Harry. Gryffindor colours too. By the time Charlie packed up his creatures, though Ginny had somehow convinced him to let the Spark Puff stay out, everyone was thoroughly charmed. Even Molly had softened, allowing Opal to remain by the fire as long as he promised not to set anything alight. Right, Arthur said. That's going to be tough to follow. Who's brave enough to go next? We'll go, Fred and George said simultaneously, standing with identical grins. Oh no, Percy muttered. Oh yes, the twins responded in unison. They moved to the center of the room, facing each other with exaggerated solemnity. Fred had somehow acquired a ridiculously oversized pointed hat covered in moons and stars. George was wearing what appeared to be a false beard that reached his waist. Ladies, gentlemen, and Percy, Fred began. We present to you, George continued, the epic duel of Merlin and Morgana. Historically accurate, Fred added. Completely factual, George agreed. Absolutely educational, they finished together. What followed was possibly the most ridiculous thing Harry had ever witnessed, and he'd once seen Lockhart release a cage full of pixies in a classroom. The duel involved increasingly absurd spells, none of which appeared to be real. Fred would shout something like Explodicus Pantalunus, and George's trousers would explode into flowers. George would counter with Ticlius Infinitus, and Fred would collapse in apparently genuine laughter, rolling on the floor while maintaining perfect dramatic timing. The fake beard shot off George's face and attacked Fred like a furry snake. Fred's hat began singing opera in a high-pitched voice. Both of them sprouted temporary tentacles that they used to gesticulate wildly while continuing their historic battle. You shall never defeat me, Morgana, Fred declared, striking a heroic pose that was somewhat undercut by the tentacles waving from his shoulders. Foolish Merlin, George shot back. I have the power of dark magic and this extremely aggressive beard. The beard, now wrapped around Fred's middle, squeezed dramatically. Fred made exaggerated choking sounds that had Ron laughing so hard he was wheezing. The duel escalated further. Sparklers shot from their wands. Not dangerous, just bright and fizzy. Their clothes changed colors rapidly. At one point, they both levitated a foot off the ground and continued dueling while slowly spinning in circles. The finale involved both of them simultaneously casting spells that met in the middle with a shower of harmless golden sparks, followed by both twins collapsing dramatically to the floor. Defeated, Fred gasped. By friendship, George added, and also, possibly, by that last spell neither of us meant to cast. They lay there, panting and grinning, while the room erupted in applause and laughter. Even Percy was smiling, though he was trying very hard not to. That, Arthur said, wiping tears of laughter from his eyes, was absolutely absurd. I loved every second of it. Educational too, Fred said, sitting up and banishing his tentacles with a practiced flick. I learned nothing, Percy said. Then we succeeded perfectly. After Fred and George had taken their bows, multiple bows, with elaborate flourishes, It was Ginny's turn. She stood, the spark puff still glowing on her shoulder, and moved to the center with a confidence that made her seem older than her 11 years. "I've been practicing levitation," Ginny said simply, "with variations." She pulled out her wand and began to levitate objects from around the room. Cushions first, then books, then empty teacups. But instead of just lifting them, she made them dance, spinning and weaving in patterns that became increasingly complex. A cushion waltzed with a book. Teacups formed a spinning constellation. Everything moved in time to a rhythm only Ginny could hear, creating something that was part magic, part art, part dance. The spark puff joined in, launching itself from her shoulder and weaving between the floating objects, leaving trails of golden light that hung in the air like brushstrokes. The combination was mesmerizing. Ordinary household objects transformed into something beautiful and strange. Ginny's face was focused, concentrated, and Harry realized she was working hard to maintain this many levitation charms at once. Sweat beaded on her forehead, but she didn't falter, guiding her floating dancers through increasingly intricate patterns. For the finale, she brought everything together, objects and spark-puff trails, into a spiral that rose toward the ceiling, held there for a breathless moment, then gently drifted down to their original places with perfect precision. The room was silent for a heartbeat, then burst into enthusiastic applause. "Ginny, that was remarkable," Bill said, genuine admiration in his voice. "How long have you been practicing that?" "Since summer," Ginny admitted, slightly breathless and pink-cheeked. "Wanted to get it right." "You did more than get it right," Charlie said. "That was proper magic, that was." Ginny's smile was brilliant as she returned to her seat, the spark puff settling back on her shoulder like a loyal companion. Percy went next, and to everyone's surprise and relief, he didn't read from his Cauldron Regulations book. Instead, he performed a series of transformation spells, changing a simple handkerchief into increasingly elaborate objects. A rose, a small bird that flew once around the room, a perfect miniature of the Burrow that even had tiny lights in the windows. "Very nice, Percy," Molly said warmly. "You've been practicing." Percy's ears went pink with pleasure. Then it was Harry and Ron's turn. Harry's stomach did a nervous flip as they stood and moved to the center of the room. Ron caught his eye, grinned, and whispered, "Remember, entertaining, not perfect." "Right," Harry said. "So, Ron and I have prepared a magic trick." "A very sophisticated magic trick," Ron added. "Involving cards," Harry continued. "And probably disaster," Ron finished cheerfully. What followed was exactly as chaotic as their practices had suggested. Harry levitated the cards, but they wobbled dangerously. Ron attempted to catch them in various dramatic poses, missing more than he caught. One card shot past his head and embedded itself in the ceiling. Another flew directly into Percy's lap, making him jump. But instead of being embarrassing, it was funny. Harry and Ron played up the failures, making increasingly ridiculous attempts to perform the trick properly, while everything went wonderfully, terribly wrong. By the end, they were both laughing too hard to continue, cards scattered everywhere, and the entire family was laughing with them. "That was terrible," Fred said, grinning. "Absolutely awful," George agreed. "We loved it," they finished together. As Harry and Ron returned to their seats, breathless and still grinning, Molly wiped her eyes. "Perfect," she said softly. just perfect. And somehow, despite everything going wrong, Harry felt she was right. Harry woke slowly, pulled from sleep by something he couldn't quite identify. Not a sound exactly. The burrow was quiet in a way it rarely was during waking hours. But a feeling, an anticipation hanging in the air like the moment before a spell is cast. He blinked in the dim pre-dawn light, filtering through Ron's small window. The frost patterns on the glass had thickened overnight, creating elaborate spirals and whirls that looked almost deliberate, like someone had painted them there. Outside, the world was that peculiar shade of blue-grey that came just before sunrise, when the night was reluctant to release its hold, but dawn insisted anyway. Ron was still asleep, buried under his blankets, with only a shock of red hair visible, snoring softly in a way that Harry had grown fond of over the past few days. The room was cold despite the warming charms. The burrow's ancient magic seemed to have opinions about how warm rooms should be, and it rarely agreed with what its inhabitants might prefer. Christmas morning. The thought settled over Harry like a blanket, not the thin, threadbare kind the Dursleys had given him, but something warm and substantial. His first real Christmas morning. His first Christmas with people who actually wanted him there. He lay still for a moment, reluctant to disturb the peace, listening to the house around him. The burrow was never truly silent. Even at rest, it creaked and groaned, settling into itself like an old person easing into a comfortable chair. Pipes rattled somewhere. A portrait frame squeaked as its occupant shifted position. From far below, so faint he almost missed it, came the sound of movement in the kitchen. Molly was already awake. Harry slipped out of bed as quietly as he could, grabbing his glasses from the bedside table and pulling on the dressing gown Ron had lent him. Another hand-me-down, this one probably from Bill or Charlie given its length, but warm and soft from years of use. His feet were cold on the floorboards despite the thick socks he'd worn to bed. The staircase was even colder, and Harry descended carefully, avoiding the steps he'd learned over the past few days were particularly creaky. The portraits on the walls were mostly asleep, their subjects snoring or simply absent from their frames, probably off visiting other portraits in more interesting locations. The kitchen was warm and golden with lamplight. Molly stood at the stove, already dressed despite the early hour, her wand moving in the familiar patterns Harry had come to recognize. The air smelled of cinnamon and butter, of rising bread and something else, something warm and sweet, and indefinably Christmas. She turned as Harry entered, and her face lit up in a way that still made his chest tight. "Harry, dear," she said softly, mindful of the sleeping house above them. "You're up early. Couldn't sleep." "Woke up," Harry said, moving closer to the stove's warmth. "Heard you down here." "Old habit," Molly said, turning back to whatever she was preparing. It looked like she was making cinnamon rolls, the dough rolled out on the counter in a perfect rectangle, butter and cinnamon sugar spread across its surface. When you've got 7 children, you learn to treasure the quiet hours before everyone wakes. Time to think, time to just be. Harry slid into a chair at the table, watching her work. Her movements were efficient, practiced. She'd made these rolls hundreds of times, maybe thousands. Roll the dough, cut it into spirals, place each one carefully in a prepared pan. Her wand did most of the work, but her hands guided it, shaped it, made it personal. "Can I help?" Harry asked. Molly smiled, the lines around her eyes crinkling. "You can keep me company. Tell me, how are you feeling? About today, I mean. Your first proper Christmas?" Harry thought about that, trying to find words for something he wasn't sure he understood himself. "Strange," he said finally. "Good strange, but strange. Like I'm in a story about someone else's life." "Oh, sweetheart." Molly's wand paused mid-motion. "This is your life. You deserve this. You deserve family and warmth and Christmas mornings and all of it." "I know," Harry said, and the surprising thing was that he was starting to believe it. "It's just different. The Dursleys, they'd make Christmas this big production, but it was always clear I was just there, observing, not part of it." Molly's expression went very still, and Harry recognized the particular quality of her silence, the one that meant she was forcibly restraining herself from saying exactly what she thought about the Dursleys. "Well," she said after a moment, her voice carefully controlled, "you're part of this. Your family, Harry. That's not just words. That's truth." She slid the pan of cinnamon rolls into the oven with a gentle motion, then joined Harry at the table, sitting across from him in the lamplight. Outside, the sky was beginning to lighten, turning from grey-blue to something softer, warmer. "Tell me about your Christmases," Molly said. "Not the Dursleys. I don't want to know about them. Not really. But tell me about what you wished for, what you imagined." Harry blinked, surprised by the question. "I don't know. I never really... I knew what other kids had. I'd see them at school talking about presents and family dinners and all that. But it seemed so far away, like something that happened to other people. And now it's happening to me," Harry said quietly. "And I don't quite know what to do with it." Molly reached across the table, taking his hand in both of hers. Her hands were warm from the oven, slightly rough from years of cooking and cleaning and caring for her family. "You don't have to do anything with it, dear. You just have to let it happen. Let yourself be loved. That's all." They sat in comfortable silence for a moment, the kitchen warming around them as the oven worked. The cinnamon rolls filled the air with their sweet scent, and somewhere above, Harry heard the first stirrings of the house waking, a door opening, footsteps on floorboards, Ron's voice muttering something sleepy and incoherent. "They'll all be down soon," Molly said, standing and returning to the stove. "Like a herd of hippogriffs, the lot of them, demanding breakfast and presents and chaos." She said it with such fondness that Harry smiled. "But we've got a few more minutes of peace. Would you set the table, dear?" Harry stood, moving to the cupboard where the dishes lived. He'd learned over the past few days where everything was kept, had started to feel comfortable moving through this kitchen like it was his own. He pulled down plates, the good ones, not the everyday dishes, with their pattern of dancing snitches around the rim, and began setting them around the long wooden table. The Christmas clock on the wall showed all the family hands pointing to home, and Harry noticed again that his hand was there too, settled comfortably among the others. Not apart, not separate, just there, part of the constellation of Weasleys, even though his name wasn't Weasley, even though he'd only been here a few days. Family. The kitchen door opened and Arthur appeared, his hair even more disheveled than usual, wearing the dressing gown covered in rubber ducks that quacked softly as he moved. "Molly, I smell cinnamon rolls. Please tell me, I'm not dreaming." "You're not dreaming, dear. They'll be ready in 10 minutes. Sit down, have some tea." Arthur settled at the table with evident contentment, accepting the cup of tea that appeared in front of him. Molly's wand work, so practiced, she barely seemed to think about it. "Harry, my boy, Merry Christmas. Sleep well?" "Merry Christmas, Mr. Weasley," Harry said, finishing with the plates and moving on to cutlery. "Slept fine." Good, excellent. I've been thinking about those Muggle Christmas lights. I wonder if I could modify them to respond to voice commands. Lights on, and they'd come on. Lights off. Obviously they'd go off. Revolutionary, really. "Arthur, you're not modifying anything on Christmas morning," Molly said firmly, but she was smiling. "You're going to sit, eat breakfast, watch your children open presents, and enjoy a peaceful day. No electrocutions." "I only electrocuted myself twice," Arthur protested mildly. "Twice is twice too many." The kitchen began to fill. Bill appeared next, looking surprisingly alert for someone who'd been up late. Curse breakers apparently developed odd sleep schedules. Then Charlie, yawning and immediately checking on Opal, who was still curled up on the hearth from last night, a small, scaled ball of contentment. Percy descended with careful dignity, his dressing gown perfectly tied, his hair already combed. Fred and George tumbled in together naturally, immediately gravitating toward the oven and whatever was producing that magnificent smell. "Mum, you're a saint," Fred said. "An absolute angel," George agreed. "I'm a mother who knows her children," Molly corrected, shooing them away from the oven. "Sit down, both of you. They're not ready yet." Ron appeared last, his hair sticking up in every direction, one sock on and one sock off, looking confused about how he'd ended up downstairs, but following his nose toward the breakfast anyway. He collapsed into the chair next to Harry with a grunt. "Merry Christmas, mate," Ron mumbled. "Merry Christmas," Harry said, grinning. Ginny arrived as Molly was pulling the cinnamon rolls from the oven, looking more awake than Ron, but still soft with sleep, her long hair in a plait over one shoulder. The spark puff from Charlie's show last night appeared moments later, floating down the stairs and settling on her shoulder like it had decided she was its person now. "Right," Molly said, surveying her assembled family with satisfaction. "Everyone's here. Merry Christmas, my loves." "Merry Christmas, Mum," 7 voices chorused back, and Harry's voice was among them, automatic and easy. Breakfast was a joyful chaos. The cinnamon rolls were perfect, warm and sweet and gooey, with icing that dripped down the sides in exactly the right way. There were also eggs and bacon and sausage and toast and jam, and more food than seemed possible for one kitchen to produce. Plates were filled and refilled. Tea and pumpkin juice flowed freely. Conversations overlapped and tangled together in that way the Weasley family had perfected. Bill was telling a story about a cursed pyramid that involved some very unfortunate scarab beetles. Charlie was explaining to anyone who would listen why Opal preferred sleeping near fires. Fred and George were planning something in whispers that made Percy look suspicious. Arthur was reading bits from the Christmas edition of the Daily Prophet, which apparently included a special section on Yuletide celebrations throughout history. And through it all, Molly orchestrated, ensuring everyone had enough to eat, the cups stayed filled, that the chaos remained the comfortable kind rather than the overwhelming kind. Harry ate until he was full, really full, not Dursley rations full, and then had Siegsheim another cinnamon roll, because Molly pressed it on him, and he couldn't refuse the hope in her eyes. He listened to the conversations swirling around him, occasionally contributing, but mostly just absorbing. This was what family sounded like. This was what belonging felt like. Right then, Arthur said eventually, setting down his empty plate with a satisfied sigh, I believe there are presents to be opened. The collective cheer that went up rattled the dishes. They moved to the living room, which looked even more magical in the morning light. The Christmas tree stood in the corner, slightly crooked and absolutely perfect, covered in ornaments that moved and sparkled and occasionally sang bits of carols. Beneath it, presents were piled in a glorious, chaotic heap, wrapped in bright paper, in brown paper, in what looked like yesterday's Daily Prophet, in no paper at all. Everyone settled into their spots from last night's show, the seating arrangements apparently having become traditional in just one evening. Harry found himself back between Ron and Ginny, with a good view of the tree and the growing excitement on everyone's faces. Now, Molly said, pulling out her wand, we do this in an organized fashion. We absolutely do not, Fred interrupted. It's a free-for-all, George agreed. Boys, we have a system. The system is chaos, Ron said cheerfully. Molly sighed, but she was smiling. Fine, but if anyone gets hurt in the scramble, don't come crying to me. What followed was indeed something close to chaos. Presents were grabbed, exclaimed over, torn open with enthusiasm. Wrapping paper flew through the air. Ribbons became tangled. Fred opened something that exploded with confetti, apparently from George, and immediately retaliated by hexing George's present to sing opera. Harry sat back slightly, overwhelmed by the sheer volume and joy of it all. He watched Ron tear into a present from Bill, a new Chudley Cannons poster, but this one was enchanted, so the players actually played a full match, complete with commentary. Watched Ginny carefully unwrap something from Charlie, a book about magical creatures with illustrations that moved and made sounds. Watched Percy receive what appeared to be very serious ministry documents from Arthur and looked genuinely thrilled. Harry, Molly said, and he looked up to find her holding a large, lumpy package. This is for you, dear. Harry took it, his hands suddenly uncertain. The package was wrapped in brown paper tied with string, and it was soft, giving slightly under his fingers. He could feel everyone watching him, but not in the invasive way the Dursleys had watched him, waiting for him to mess up, to be ungrateful, to prove he didn't deserve anything. This was different. This was anticipation, hope, the desire to see him happy. He unwrapped it carefully, not tearing the paper like Ron had, and pulled out a jumper, but not just any jumper. This one was thick and soft, hand-knitted in a deep emerald green. On the front, worked in gold thread, was a lion, not just any lion, but a Gryffindor lion, proud and detailed and absolutely perfect. The stitching was careful, precise, the work of someone who'd spent hours on this, who'd cared about getting it exactly right. I hope it fits, Molly said, and there was something anxious in her voice. I wasn't sure of your size, and I know you're used to, well, I wanted you to have something of your own, something made just for you. Harry looked up at her, and his throat was so tight he couldn't speak. No one had ever made him something before. No one had ever spent hours knitting something specifically for him. choosing colors they thought he'd like, creating something with his hands and their care and their love. "Put it on," Ron urged. "Mum's jumpers are the best. I get one every year. Look, mine's got an R on it." He pointed to his own chest, where a maroon jumper displayed a large golden R. Harry pulled the jumper over his head, and it fit perfectly. Not too big like Dudley's cast-offs, not too small like the clothes Aunt Petunia had grudgingly bought him when absolutely necessary. Perfect. Like it had been made for him, because it had been made for him. "It's perfect," Harry managed, his voice rough. "Thank you, really, thank you." Molly's eyes were bright. "You're welcome, dear. You're so welcome." There were other presents. A book about famous Quidditch matches from Hermione, who'd apparently sent it by owl. A large box of chocolate frogs from Ron. Figured you could never have too many. And a sneakoscope from him as well, which was currently spinning lazily, indicating no nearby untrustworthy persons. From Fred and George, a care package of Weasley's Wizard Wheezes products, including several things that looked possibly illegal and definitely entertaining. But it was the last present that surprised him. A small package, carefully wrapped in silver paper, with a note attached in handwriting he didn't recognize. "That one's from all of us," Arthur said, watching as Harry carefully removed the wrapping. "We thought you might like it." Inside was a photograph, enchanted in the wizarding way so that the subjects moved. It showed the Burrow, snow-covered and perfect, with all the Weasleys crowded in front of it. And there, right in the center between Ron and Ginny, was Harry himself, grinning at the camera. "We took it yesterday," Bill explained, "after the Christmas show. Thought you might want a reminder of family." Harry stared at the photo, watching his small self wave at him. He was surrounded by Weasleys, pressed close in that casual way families had, and he looked happy. He looked like he belonged there. "It's brilliant," Harry said, and he meant it more than he'd meant almost anything. "Thank you, all of you." The present opening continued, but Harry held on to his photo, looking at it occasionally, reminding himself this was real. This had happened. He was here, part of this, included and wanted and loved. Ron ended up with a new chess set from Percy. A proper one, not enchanted to explode like Fred and George's. And a book about Quidditch tactics from Charlie. Ginny received a beautiful set of advanced spell books from Bill and a journal with pages that couldn't be read by anyone but her from Arthur. Fred and George got matching dragon hide jackets from Charlie, for when your experiments inevitably explode, and a stern letter from Percy about proper conduct, which they immediately used as wrapping paper for something else. The pile of presents gradually diminished, replaced by a pile of wrapping paper that Molly occasionally vanished with an absent flick of her wand. The living room was warm with bodies and contentment, the fire crackling merrily, Opal the opal eye still curled on the hearth, with the spark puff floating lazily above him. "Right," Molly said eventually, standing and stretching. "I need to start on Christmas dinner. It's not going to cook itself, though the pudding's been steaming since yesterday, so that's sorted." "I'll help," Ginny said immediately. "So will I," Harry added, standing as well. Molly looked at him for a long moment, something soft and warm in her expression. "You don't have to, dear. It's Christmas. You should relax." "I want to," Harry said simply. "Please." So they moved to the kitchen, the three of them, while the others remained in the living room with their presents and their contentment. The kitchen was bright with winter sunlight now, the frost patterns on the windows beginning to melt, dripping down the glass in slow rivulets. Molly directed operations with her usual efficiency. Ginny was set to preparing vegetables, potatoes and carrots and parsnips that peeled themselves under her careful wand work. Harry was given the task of making stuffing, following Molly's patient instructions about herbs and breadcrumbs and the exact right consistency. They worked in comfortable, near silence, the kind of quiet that came from being at ease with each other. Occasionally, Molly would hum a bit of a carol. Ginny would ask a question about technique. Harry would confirm measurements or check temperatures. But mostly, they just existed together, creating something that would feed the family they loved. "You're good at this," Ginny said after a while, watching Harry stir the stuffing mixture with steady, even strokes. "Cooking, I mean." "Practice," Harry said, not elaborating, not mentioning the years of making breakfast for the Dursleys, the careful attention to not burning anything, because Vernon would rage if his bacon wasn't perfect. That wasn't for today. That wasn't for this kitchen, this warmth, this family. "Well," Ginny said, "you're good at it anyway." They worked through the morning, the kitchen gradually filling with the smells of Christmas dinner. Molly showed Harry how to prepare the turkey, a massive bird that barely fit in the oven, seasoning it with herbs and butter and what she claimed was an old family recipe. She taught Ginny how to make proper gravy, the kind that was thick and rich and perfect for drowning everything on your plate in. Around noon, the others began drifting in, drawn by the smells and the warmth. Arthur came to supervise, which mostly meant sitting at the table with tea and offering commentary. Ron appeared to help, which mostly meant eating whatever ingredients he could get his hands on until Molly swatted him away with a wooden spoon. Bill and Charlie took over setting the table, the proper dining table this time, which had been enlarged with magic to accommodate everyone comfortably. They pulled out the good china, the pieces that didn't quite match but had been in the family for generations. Percy contributed by ensuring everything was placed properly, consulting what appeared to be a book on table setting etiquette that no one else cared about, but that made him happy. Fred and George were conspicuously absent, which probably meant they were up to something. But for once, Molly seemed too content to worry about it. By mid-afternoon, the kitchen was a symphony of activity. Multiple dishes cooked simultaneously, each at different stages of completion. Molly conducted it all with her wand and her voice, keeping track of timings and temperatures and tastes with the expertise of someone who'd been doing this for decades. "Harry, check the potatoes," she'd say, and Harry would check them, finding them perfectly roasted and crispy. "Ginny, the gravy needs more stirring," and Ginny would stir, her wand moving in precise circles. "Arthur, stop eating the stuffing," and Arthur would look guilty but unrepentant. Finally, as the sun was beginning to think about setting, casting long, golden shadows across the snow outside, Molly declared dinner ready. "Everyone to the table," she called. "And I mean everyone. Fred, George, whatever you're doing, stop doing it and get down here." The family assembled around the table, which had been transformed. A white cloth covered it, slightly worn but clean and bright. The mismatched china somehow looked perfect, each piece part of the larger whole. Candles floated above the table, real ones, with real flames, casting warm, flickering light. The centerpiece was an arrangement of holly and ivy that Arthur had apparently enchanted to occasionally sparkle. The food began arriving, dish after dish, floating from the kitchen to settle on the table. The turkey, golden and magnificent, taking pride of place in the center. Roasted potatoes, crispy and perfect. Carrots glazed with honey. Parsnips caramelized at the edges. Brussels sprouts that even looked appetizing. Stuffing fragrant with herbs. Gravy in a large boat, steaming gently. Fresh rolls still warm from the oven. Cranberry sauce that gleamed like rubies. It was more food than Harry had ever seen on one table. More than the Dursleys' most elaborate Christmas dinners. More than seemed possible for one family to eat. Though, knowing the Weasleys, they'd make a valiant attempt. "Right," Arthur said, standing at the head of the table. Everyone quieted, looking at him expectantly. "Before we start, I'd like to say something." "Make it quick, Dad," Ron said. "I'm starving." "Ronald," Molly chided, but gently. Arthur smiled at his youngest son, then looked around the table, his gaze settling on each person in turn. When he got to Harry, he paused, and Harry saw something in his eyes that made his throat tight again. "Family," Arthur said simply, "isn't just about blood. It's about who you choose to love, and who chooses to love you back. It's about gathering around tables and sharing food and laughter and lives. It's about being there for each other, through good times and hard times." He raised his glass. Pumpkin juice for the younger ones, something that might have been wine for the adults. "To family," he said, "to everyone at this table, to the family we're born into and the family we choose, to love and warmth and another year together, to Harry, who's made our family a little bigger and a lot brighter this Christmas." "To Harry," everyone echoed, raising their glasses. Harry raised his own glass, his vision slightly blurry, his chest so full of emotion he thought he might burst. "To family," he managed, his voice rough but steady. They drank, and then they ate. Dinner was a loud, joyful affair. Dishes were passed back and forth. Plates were filled and refilled. Conversations tangled together in that wonderful Weasley way. Bill told stories about Egypt that had everyone laughing and cringing in equal measure. Charlie described his most difficult dragon rescue in dramatic detail. Percy actually loosened up enough to tell a funny story about ministry politics. Fred and George kept everyone entertained with a running commentary on everything. Ron and Harry sat together, occasionally exchanging looks that said more than words could. "This is it. This is what we wanted. This is perfect." Ginny was quieter, but smiled more than Harry had seen her smile, the spark puff still on her shoulder, glowing contentedly. And Molly watched over it all with the expression of someone whose life's work was spread out before her and who found it good. The food slowly disappeared, though it took a long time and required everyone to loosen their belts. The turkey was reduced to bones. The potatoes vanished. The gravy boat was emptied and refilled and emptied again. Even the Brussels sprouts were eaten, which Molly claimed was a Christmas miracle. Finally, when everyone was groaning and claiming they couldn't possibly eat another bite, Molly stood up. "Right," she said, a gleam in her eye. "Who's ready for Christmas pudding?" The collective groan that went up was immediate and heartfelt. "Mum, I can't," Ron protested. "I'll explode." "You'll make room," Molly said firmly. "It's tradition." The Christmas pudding was brought out with great ceremony. large, dark dome that Molly had apparently been steaming for 2 days. Arthur poured brandy over it, and with a flick of his wand, set it alight. Blue flames danced across its surface, and everyone oohed appropriately. Portions were cut, not large ones, to everyone's relief, and served with thick cream. It was rich and dense and packed with dried fruit and spices, and somehow, despite everyone's protests, they all ate it. "There's mince pies too," Molly said, "but perhaps we'll wait a bit for those." "Perhaps we'll wait until tomorrow," Fred said, slumped in his chair. "Or next week," George added from his own slump. After dinner, they retired to the living room, moving slowly and carefully like people who'd eaten far too much and regretted nothing. The fire had been built up again, crackling cheerfully. The Christmas lights twinkled. Opal the Opal-Eye was still there, joined now by Pip the Glow Fairy, who'd emerged from wherever she'd been sleeping and settled on the mantelpiece. They spread out across the room in various states of comfortable fullness. Arthur claimed his armchair. Molly settled on the sofa, and within moments was surrounded by children. Ginny leaning against her, Ron sprawled at her feet, the others scattered nearby. Bill had his guitar again, playing soft, quiet melodies that filled the spaces between conversation. Harry found himself in a corner of the sofa, Ron on one side and the arm of the couch on the other, and he felt settled, content, home. "This was perfect," he said quietly, not really meaning to say it aloud. "Yeah," Ron agreed, his eyes half closed. "It was." "Every year," Ginny said softly from her spot against Molly, "every Christmas is like this, loud and chaotic and perfect." "You're part of it now," Molly said, looking at Harry over her children's heads. "Every Christmas from now on, if you want it." "I want it," Harry said immediately. "I really want it." As the afternoon faded into evening, as the winter sun set and Arthur's lights outside began to glow brighter, the family talked and dozed and existed together. Fred and George told jokes. Charlie talked about dragons. Percy actually laughed at something. Bill played his guitar. Arthur dozed in his chair, waking occasionally to contribute something before drifting off again. And Harry sat in the middle of it all, his new jumper warm, his photo of the family tucked safely in his pocket, his heart so full it ached. He thought about Christmases past, the cold mornings at the Dursleys, the careful invisibility he'd learned, the loneliness of watching other people's happiness from outside. He thought about all the years of wishing for something he couldn't name, something that seemed impossible and far away. And then he looked around this room at these people who'd taken him in without question, who'd fed him and clothed him and made him laugh, who'd given him presents and included him in their traditions and called him family. This was what he'd been wishing for, this warmth, this belonging, this love. "Hey," Ron said quietly, nudging Harry's shoulder. "You all right, mate?" "Yeah," Harry said, and he meant it more than he'd ever meant anything. "I'm perfect." As night fell properly and the house settled into its evening rhythms, as Molly began to think about supper. Just something light, maybe soup. And as the family continued to exist together in comfortable joy, Harry made a decision. He was going to remember this. All of it. Every detail. The smell of Molly's cooking and the sound of Arthur's laugh. The warmth of the fire and the glow of the Christmas lights. Ron's friendship and Ginny's smile. The way Bill played guitar and the way Charlie talked about dragons. Even Percy's stuffiness and Fred and George's chaos. All of it, every moment of this perfect Christmas. Because this was family, this was home, this was love. And for the first time in his life, Harry Potter had all three. The fire crackled, someone laughed. Outside, snow began to fall again, soft and gentle, blanketing the Burrow in white. The Christmas lights sparkled on, undaunted by the snow, painting the drifts in colours. And inside, warm and safe and loved, Harry smiled and thought, I'm home. Somewhere in the house, a clock chimed the hour. On the kitchen wall, the Weasley family clock showed all its hands pointing to home, including the newest one, the shiniest one, the one that bore Harry's name. Home. It was the best Christmas present of all. Epilogue. Much later, after supper had been eaten, Molly's soup with fresh bread, light and perfect after the enormous dinner, and after everyone had finally found room for one of Molly's mince pies, after the fire had burned down to embers and been built back up again, after Fred and George had been sent to bed despite their protests that they weren't tired, after Arthur had nodded off in his chair with the paper on his lap, after most of the family had drifted upstairs to their rooms, Harry and Ron sat in their small room at the top of the Burrow. The window cracked open just enough to let in the cold night air, both of them too full and too content to sleep just yet. That was brilliant, Ron said, his voice drowsy. Proper brilliant Christmas. The best, Harry agreed. They sat in comfortable silence for a moment, looking out at the snow-covered landscape, at the stars visible between clouds, at the faint glow from Arthur's lights below. Harry, Ron said, yeah? You're coming back, right? Next Christmas, and maybe summer, and basically whenever you can. Harry smiled, pulling his new jumper, which he'd refused to take off, a bit tighter. Definitely, if your mum doesn't mind. Mate, are you mental? Mum loves you. She's probably already knitting your jumper for next year. Ron paused. Your family now. That's not going away. Family. The word had terrified Harry at first, seemed too big and too important and too fragile. But now, after days at the Burrow, after Molly's fierce hugs and Arthur's enthusiastic lectures about Muggle technology, after Ron's easy friendship and Ginny's quiet acceptance, after being included and wanted and loved, now the word felt right. It felt true. Family, Harry repeated softly, testing it on his tongue. Yeah, I like that. Good, Ron said, because you're stuck with us now. Fair warning. Fred and George are already planning pranks for when you come back. And Mum's going to feed you until you can't move. And Dad's going to ask you about electrical sockets approximately 8 million times. I can live with that, Harry said, grinning. Good. Now can we please sleep? I'm exhausted. From what? Eating too much? That's surprisingly tiring, yeah. They changed for bed, moving quietly in the darkness. Harry climbed into his narrow bed, Ron's spare bed, but his bed now, a place that was his when he needed it, and pulled the blankets up. Through the window, he could see stars. In the distance, an owl hooted. The Burrow creaked and settled around them, comfortable and familiar. Ron, Harry said into the darkness. Thanks for all of this, for your family, for everything. There was a pause, then Ron's voice came back, thick with embarrassment and sincerity in equal measure. You're my brother, Harry. That's what brothers do. Brother. Harry lay awake for a while after Ron's breathing had evened out into sleep, thinking about that word. Brother. He'd never had a brother before, never had a family before, never had this feeling of being anchored to people who cared about him, who wanted him around, who saw him as more than a burden or an obligation. But he had it now. In his pocket, he could feel the photograph from this morning, the one showing him surrounded by Weasleys, grinning and happy and home. He thought about Molly's jumper, hand-knitted with care, about Arthur's welcoming smile and enthusiastic explanations, about Bill's music and Charlie's creatures and even Percy's stuffiness, about Fred and George's chaos and Ginny's quiet strength, about Ron, his best friend, his brother, who'd opened his home and his family without hesitation. This was what family meant. Not perfect. The Weasleys were beautifully imperfect, loud and chaotic, and sometimes exasperating, but real, present, loving. Harry fell asleep with a smile on his face, wrapped in warmth both physical and emotional, dreaming of next Christmas and the Christmas after that, and all the Christmases to come. Outside, snow continued to fall. The Burrow stood solid and crooked and perfect against the winter night, lights still twinkling, smoke still curling from its many chimneys. Inside, a family slept, 8 Weasleys and 1 Potter, all home, all together, all exactly where they belonged. And on the kitchen wall, if anyone had been awake to see it, the Weasley family clock showed 9 hands pointing steadily to home, including the newest one, the one that had appeared just days ago, but looked like it had always been there. Harry Potter was home, and home, he was learning, was the very best magic of all.